media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Speaking times will be determined by the total number of public comment cards and callers in the queue at the start of each public comment period. For 1 to 20 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 3 minutes. For 21 to 39 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 2 minutes. And for 40 plus total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 1 minute. No additional comment cards or calls will be accepted once the public comment period begins.
Interpreters are available for assistance with in-person public comment. Please connect with them if you are in need of services. Hay servicios de interpretación disponibles para asistir con los comentarios públicos en persona. Por favor, habla con un intérprete si necesita estos servicios.
Եթե տեղում մեկնաբանություն եք անում թարգմանիչի կարիք ունեք, միացեք թարգմանչի հետ օգնության համար։
Good evening and welcome to a regular meeting of the Burbank City Council on Tuesday, January 27th, 2026. Please join me for a moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin our meeting with the positive and collective support of our beloved community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening. We encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work we will be doing tonight. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we are united in our passion for our wonderful city. As we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what they mean to those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. And I also invite you to join me today to take a moment of silence for Alex Preddy. May you rest in peace. Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Good evening, Madam City Clerk. How are you tonight?
I'm great. How are you, Madam Mayor?
I'm good, thank you. Please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Anthony?
Present.
Councilmember Perez? Here. Councilmember Rosati?
I am here.
Vice Mayor Mullins?
Here.
And Mayor Takahashi?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. There will be 3 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period and must submit cards or call before the general public comment period begins. The first public comment period is for general public comment on any matter concerning city business and/or any agenda item. If you are here in person and wish to speak during general public comment, you should have submitted a yellow public comment card to address the council over here at the City Clerk's desk. If you would like to participate in the general public comment over the phone, please call now at 818-238-3335. 3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until the general public comment period begins, at which time no additional calls will be taken. Additional public comment periods will be available following the 2 reports to council later this evening. Interpreters are also available for assistance with public comment. We have both Spanish and Armenian interpreters here with us this evening, sitting in the front row. Please connect with them if you are in need of services, and feel free to walk up to them and request services if you need them. We have 5 announcements this evening.
Community meeting on Thursday, January 29th at 5:30 p.m. to learn more about the Golden State Neighborhood Protection Plan and share your input on potential impacts from future residential development. An in-person community meeting will also be held at the Community Services Building on Thursday, February 19th at 6 p.m. Phase 1 of the plan will focus on neighborhoods north of Empire Avenue and south of San Fernando Boulevard. Find meeting details on burbankca.gov or contact Senior Transportation Planner Marcos Fuentes by emailing mfuentes@burbankca.gov. Join Burbank Bus for a pop-up event at the Burbank Farmers Market on Saturday, January 31st from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Located in the Community Services Building parking lot on the corner of Olive and Glen Oaks, stop by to learn about bus route options and transit resources. Free promotional items are available for the first 50 visitors. See you there! The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for 1 vacancy on the Infrastructure Oversight Board for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2027. The deadline to apply is Monday, February 2nd at 5 p.m. If interested, please apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. As a reminder, any person appointed to fill a vacancy shall hold office for the remainder of the unexpired term. Persons appointed to serve unexpired terms must complete the term before applying to serve on another board, commission, or committee. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for 1 vacancy on the Art and Public Places Committee for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2026. The deadline to apply is Thursday, February 5th at 5 p.m. If interested, please apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. As a reminder, any person appointed to fill a vacancy shall hold office for the remainder of the unexpired term. Persons appointed to serve unexpired terms must complete the term before applying to serve on another board, commission, or committee. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for 1 vacancy on the Burbank Water and Power Board for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2028. The deadline to submit an application is Wednesday, February 11th at 5 p.m. If interested, please apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. As a reminder, any person appointed to fill a vacancy shall hold office for the remainder of the unexpired term. Persons appointed to serve unexpired terms must complete the term before applying to serve on another board, commission, or committee. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
Great, thank you. You have 3 boards you can all apply for. The City Clerk is right there with more information. All right, for tonight, our first and only presentation this evening is the presentation of a proclamation declaring January 1st to 31st, 2026 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month in the city of Burbank. Please join me in welcoming Gloria Salas, Director of Zonta Club in Burbank, to the podium. Gloria, would you like to say a few words?
Oh, when do I? There you go. I have this whole thing ready, but there are just a few things I'm going to mention before I tell you a little story that happened just before I came here. Once we recognize the system that allows human trafficking to thrive, and it happens in our own city, even though we don't hear about it, but we need to advocate for stronger penalties and enforcements against buyers of sex. We need to challenge the language that degrades women and normalizes sexual exploitation. We need to also mentor our young men, help them to decode cultural messages about masculinity, and educate the young women and men about sexual exploitation and trafficking. And to that, California has a law, AB 1227, signed in 2017, that mandates schools offer education and training on human trafficking identification and prevention in order to avert children from being exploited for sex or labor. So if your child or grandchild or niece, nephew is going to any of our local schools, ask them, and they're grades 7 to 12, ask if they are receiving this type of training at least once. And if not, then maybe we all have to go back to the school board. But also become involved in local and national anti-human trafficking coalitions. The Zonta Club of Burbank area, and I'm very proud to say that we have 3 members here on the dais. We also fight against human trafficking, domestic violence, and child marriage, which is also legal in California. But what I wanted to say is just before I came, a friend of mine called and said that she had seen, not here in Burbank, but in LA on Van Nuys, had seen a young lady in heels and barely clothed on a corner. She pulled over and asked this young lady if she would like a sweater or a jacket, and the woman apparently was very defensive and said no, but also immediately said and explained away the bruises that she had on her arms. And my friend had not asked her anything about the bruises or commented on them, but she just said, oh, she had taken a fall. So the woman basically said, I don't want your help, and started walking away. So my friend turns and parks somewhere and calls me and says, what should I have done? She was very close to a nonprofit called Journey Out, which helps survivors of human trafficking. I said you should have called them and see if they had somebody who could just, drive over and help the young lady, or call the police, 911, and tell the dispatcher if they had a mental health team that could come and assist, and call the police and tell them to be gentle, because anything you say on the dispatch does get recorded. So this way you are asking law enforcement to approach someone who may be drugged, who may be feeling very nervous, scared, and defensive at the same time. So just because we see someone on the street scantily dressed does not necessarily mean that, oh, there goes a whore asking for something. You just don't know. They could be drugged. They could be being watched. Because my friend said, I was almost tempted to go back, offer her money to come and stay at my place overnight so I could feed her and clothe her. And I said, no, do not do that. You don't know who's watching. And then they'll know where you live. So as a community, we all need to look out for each other and for the strangers. As BHRC says, show love, be kind. Thank you.
Thank you. So would it be okay if we called up the whole representation you have today and call up the Zonta members up here and maybe do the presentation? This is a team effort, right?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
And also, the Zonta Club of Burbank accepts members, any male or female, who believe in the mission.
Right. It's about the mission. That's right. All right. So whereas January is recognized as National Human Trafficking Awareness Month, an observance initiated in 2010 to uphold the inherent equality and freedom of all individuals, to foster legislation and protections for survivors, and to promote public awareness and action against human trafficking in all its forms. And whereas despite over 2 decades since the passing of the Trafficking Victims Protection Act, human trafficking continues to affect an estimated 27.6 million people globally, with cases reported in every U.S. state and territory. Whereas human trafficking, defined as the use of force, fraud, or coercion for the purpose of labor or commercial sexual exploitation, now ranks as the world's second largest and rapidly growing underground economy. And whereas the devastating impact of human trafficking, profound physical, sexual, and psychological harm to its victims, necessitates vigilant and comprehensive strategies to combat and requires concerted efforts across all sectors of society. And whereas the City of Burbank recognizes the importance of community engagement education and the participation of every citizen in eradicating beliefs and practices that foster exploitation, now therefore I, Tamala Takahashi, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim January 2026 to be Human Trafficking Awareness Month in Burbank, California, and encourage all residents to join in the fight against human trafficking through education, advocacy, and action. Here you go.
That exemplifies what California passed, or the California governor signed a few years ago, to have certain businesses have a poster that gives the 800 number. So again, thank you for all your efforts and for your work. Yeah, thanks.
I've definitely seen those posters around. I don't know if you guys have seen those posters, so great. Thank you for all your advocacy. Mr. City Manager, do we have a City Manager's report tonight?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do not have anything for tonight, as I will let our federal advocacy group take center stage.
All right. Okay, so since there's no City Manager report, we will go to the presentation by our federal legislative Ferguson group. So our next item is a presentation, a federal legislative update. Joining us tonight is Mr. Chris Kearney and Ms. Charmaine Anderson from the Ferguson Group. Welcome and thank you for joining us. Welcome. Good to see you here.
Good to see you as well. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Charmaine and I are here to report that we did not bring the Eastern cold with us. And we thank you greatly for the wonderful afternoon that we have spent soaking up the sunshine. I am sad that we have to get on planes tomorrow, but we are enjoying the time nonetheless. Thanks again for having us. We've had a little election since we've seen you last. It's been quite a year. With the few minutes we have, we're going to hit some highlights and happy to answer any questions. I want to talk a little bit about briefly where we've been, a little bit about where we are, and a little bit looking forward in the time that we have. So I would characterize certainly the first half of 2025 as much change, to say the least. I will tell you, you have read the papers, you are keenly aware, broadly speaking, it was as crazy and as chaotic inside the Beltway as it seemed from outside. There were a flurry of executive orders. There was a significant amount of federal government reorganization, which accompanied a substantial amount of brain drain from government officials. There were all kinds of questions about the independence of various organizations. There were budget cuts, grant freezes, elimination of programs like the Emergency Housing Voucher Program that we consider so important. We had a government shutdown in there. So I would characterize that first several months as a high degree of uncertainty, a lot of confusion, and frankly, the government not really functioning very much in a forward way for much of that time. We continued to engage at the career and political level as time went on. There was a number of vacancies, but we had relationships that have transcended years and administrations. We were able to keep an eye on things and continue to keep an eye on the emerging things like the Warner Brothers Netflix merger. Obviously, a number of the independent agencies like FERC and the NRC and others that we are interested in as they made their way. And I will tell you, and as someone who spent a number of years in the federal government, and Charmaine has worked in and around it, I want to give an enormous shout out to the incredible courage and strength and fortitude of the federal employees that worked day in and day out in that chaos and that uncertainty. It was amazing. to say the least. Okay, I am slightly biased, I live with one, but nonetheless, I can honestly tell you that was the case across the board. Just amazing. We did see the light starting to brighten the second half of the year. Part of that, frankly, was brought on by the Senate rules that changed and allowed for large blocks of senior to mid-level appointees to be appointed. So a number of positions quickly got filled in. At one point, they actually confirmed 88 appointees in one block. On the congressional end, as you are no doubt aware, we had the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, or OB3 as we call it. Well, you're well aware of the number of issues that were there with renewable energy credits and that sort of thing. I will tell you there is a bit of a bright silver lining in that while there were a number of provisions done to taxes, we did not see things like municipal financing and other provisions that could affect local governments on that chopping block. We didn't go where we wanted to, but we certainly saw that, and we were grateful for that. The shutdown one of the things that the shutdown did, unfortunately, was it took 40-plus days off of a very tight legislative calendar, which means we have that much less time to work on a highway bill, on appropriations and permitting reform, and a lot of other things. One of the bright lights, though, and another silver lining that came out of the shutdown was I think Congress was reminded about what works and how important government is and how important funding of appropriations and the fundamental basic work that they do needs to get done. And there was a renewed interest and support for things like earmarks. And so as we bounced back from the shutdown, a number of the lights started to get brighter. A number of appointments started to be confirmed. A number of the day-to-day chaos activities started to settle down. The government, as it always does, started to find its rhythm. Political and career folks started to work together in a way that they hadn't earlier. The DOGE effort dialed down, and that had a significant effect in sort of calming the world. And then also the earmarks process got going again. We had a number of ones that we filed on behalf of the city. We are happy to report at this point that the funding for the Olive Avenue Bridge and for the library have made it into their respective final bills. So we are happy and grateful for that. They are not yet passed, but they are final and public, so we believe that they will eventually get across the finish line. Another issue that took center stage as we moved into the latter part of 2025 was the issue of affordable housing. The Road to Housing Act, a bipartisan measure in the Senate, championed by Elizabeth Warren and Tim Scott. How often do you hear those two names linked together? I'm happy to report passed unanimously, I think something like 27-0 out of the Banking Committee. When was the last time that happened? I think we're really optimistic. It's a topic that's gaining traction and continuing to pick up speed. Similarly, in the House Financial Services Committee also passed bipartisan legislation, which features improvements and focuses on, among other things, CDBG and the home program. Those are both programs that are high on the list of Congress for improvement and for funding. We've continued to work closely with council staff throughout the process, and they have been incredible as always. One of the things I will note to you is that NEPA improvements, environmental streamlining type efforts, is starting to get traction in the affordable housing space. Folks are recognizing that one of the invisible costs and processes has to do with the permitting matters related on affordable housing. Congresswoman Friedman has been a leader on that. She has a piece of legislation that would improve the NEPA process for infill housing in the city, which monitors comes in similar to what has been passed in the state legislature. She was also instrumental, by the way, I should note, as was our Senate delegation, but she and her staff in particular took the time to work really hard with us on the Olive Avenue Bridge funding issue. I think they really put in some extra work that honestly might have made the difference in getting us to the point where we're at. So moving, just to wrap up sort of where we are in 25 and turn to 26, there are a number of comprehensive pieces of legislation that I think are going to find their way to the finish line or close to it. Not only the affordable housing package, assuming we have the calendar and the bandwidth on it, a significant highway bill that could feature grant programs for large and small bridges, which will obviously benefit Olive and among other things. Permitting reform bill, which people often think about in terms of energy projects, but also will likely involve transportation and housing this time, as well as something called the Fix Our Forest Act, which in the forestry space has a number of provisions related to wildfire mitigation of impacts, so something we consider a priority. Senator Padilla in particular has been a leader there. He was one of the original co-sponsors of the Senate legislation. I spoke with his staff as recently as this week. They are deeply in negotiations with Republicans to try to find a solution on some thorny issues related to that bill involving Clean Air Act, and they think they'll get somewhere along on that. As we turn into this year, I think we're going to continue to see another round of robust efforts on earmarks from the city. We actually think there'll be reasons to add some to some of the ones that we did this year. We also think that as the Congresswoman Friedman has been working for some time on a tax deduction to keep U.S. film producers here in Burbank and the city. She's putting a lot of time into that. She's trying to fend off, among other things, some of her Republican colleagues that simply don't want to bother with that. They would just rather do tariffs and try to deal with it at the foreign level, and she's trying to say, no. I was talking to her staff the other day. We want to really focus on the tax benefits of this domestically. That's really where the time is, so she's taking the extra time to work across the aisle, and we continue, of course, to support her there. And finally, we will obviously continue to look for those opportunities not yet seen and anything that would challenge the city's interests as we go forward, both from an executive and legislative branch standpoint. So there's some other stuff, but that's certainly the highlights of where we are at this point.
And just to kind of wrap up, I think the one key thing amongst all of this, I mean, again, as Chris, kind of alluded to, just as you all know, the beginning of the year was certainly one of instability. But we've found just through the course of the year that certainly, bipartisanship does still reign in Washington in order to really move, not only funding, but policy. And that's as we move into even this midterm election year, which again will certainly bring its own challenges. But we do find that, there will certainly be some level of, coming together as far as, again, the earmarking process and where we're able to, bring success here to the city, and more importantly to some of these big policy issues, particularly, we're dealing now with the Water Resources Development Act and how that deals with the Army Corps of Engineers and how they work, in lockstep with, local government communities. And so we do see, again, big policies that may make their way to the finish line, like the road to housing or some sort of formulation of that, because again, this administration is really big on, affordability and certainly, making sure folks are housed. And certainly, as we thought with the president's budget that came out last year, where there were, obviously programs that were zeroed out, particularly in the housing space, we found that Congress really kind of came behind us, and as we advocated so strongly with some of the larger groups like the U.S. Conference of Mayors and the National League of Cities and other large local government constituency groups, where we were able to kind of get additional funding in the housing space for a lot of these housing and homelessness programs for fiscal year 26. So we definitely see kind of a momentum of doing even more of that as we move into this next phase of funding the federal government. But like Chris says, we're kind of teetering during this week ahead as we hope that the Senate will take up particularly, the last remaining of the housing and other appropriation bills, so we can get fiscal year 26 behind us and kind of move forward into fiscal year 27.
And don't underestimate, we have a record number of retirements.
Yes.
Over 40 retirements in the House, probably 42, 43. We've never had that many this early in the cycle. The way I like to describe it is that means you got 43 free agents across both parties who get up every morning deciding what they want to do. Do I want to vote with my leadership? Do I want to vote for my friends? Do I not want to go to work at all? So it'll be an interesting dynamic to see. So this notion of who's in control and who's not from a number standpoint, it really isn't what's at play here. It's really what's sort of the moving dynamics of that as well.
Thank you for that update. Colleagues, do we have any questions, brief questions? Councilmember Anthony and then Councilmember Perez.
Any update on this, the credit card fee cap, the percentage? I know the president came out and supported it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Short answer is no, but I think that the politics and the sort of dynamic of how banking community and others have kind of come out, traditional constituencies, and expressed that this is not as simple as it appears, has given a lot of folks, pause, at least from their perspective. So I think there's a lot of political support for it, and I think you'll hear more talk about it. I think in terms of operationalizing it, there are just some practical challenges that folks are it's probably going to be hard to do this year.
Thank you all for sharing the highlights. No, it's been an interesting year. Speaking of that, what can we look out for in the next few months? What should municipalities be on the lookout for regarding, of course, the feds?
Yeah, I think it's really what we said. I think the Road to Housing Act, the Affordable Housing Bill, I think that really warrants some attention, and we're continuing to pay attention to it, dig down. I think that's between the House and Senate, you have the chance to have the first most comprehensive impacts on housing from the federal level in 50 years. I mean, the home program and the CBD program haven't even been touched since they were authorized back in the 90s. So I think first and foremost for us, there's that on the offensive side. I think right behind that is engaging on the upcoming highway bill. I think the next one is we expect to see legislation released in March from the House and probably soon after in the Senate on the highway, or what they call the surface transportation bill, the highway trust fund bill, highway bill. In there will be things like funding for large and small bridges. So that's where additional large dollars for Olive Avenue would come from, among other things. That would also be a place where potentially there may be some regulatory improvements on NEPA and that sort of thing. So I think those are two. Then Charmaine alluded to it, the Water Resources Development Act, which primarily focuses on Army Corps of Engineer projects, but also has a section called Environmental Infrastructure, or 219. BWP actually submitted a request to authorize a new project there, and the way WRDA works is if you get authorized in this bill, then you have the opportunity to come back for an appropriation in the next one. But the value is that you've been already authorized by Congress. So you know what I mean when I say this, sort of the legitimacy and the value of your project, that threshold has sort of already been crossed. So that would create an opportunity. And then I think the Fix Our Forests Act is going to be a potentially one that from wildlife mitigation and prescribed burn and so forth. And then finally, gearing up for and really leaning into the earmarks. I think we are going to have a real opportunity in an election year to perhaps spread our wings there a little bit, build on the success of Olive Avenue, build on the library. So I think in an era where people feel like there's a lot of chaos and not, I can tell you from years of being in Washington, and Charmaine can as well, this year is a classic example of the fact that there's 535 people that try very hard, regardless of the outside noise, and they're not perfect, to come to Washington and try to get stuff done, and some do it better than others, and these are a few examples of ones that are really trying to get it done.
And to also answer your question, I think too, there'll obviously be a mobilized effort to increase and or definitely maintain the funding that you all, participate in as far as federal programs. So again, the housing programs, the transportation programs, the environmental related, water related programs. So there'll definitely be a big push for fiscal year 27, particularly as the president's budget, will, present itself in the coming months. So we'll also be definitely advocating for those programs.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosati, did you have a question?
Any comments on the thoughts of limiting corporations from purchasing single-family homes and how that'll play out?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question because it's not getting a lot of, it's not like there's nothing in either bill about it, and it's not getting a lot of sort of mainstream discussion, but it's definitely out there. There's conflicting information about how widespread that issue is, but I think you will absolutely see, as the legislative process moves forward, I think you'll see people bring forward potential amendments on that and so on. But right at the moment, there's not anything huge broadly, but it's definitely an issue that's emerging, and I think you'll hear it discussed at some point.
Yeah, when you look at the numbers, it's astonishing as to of the holdings. So that's why I was asking.
Yeah, and I think certainly it'll come up with an affordability conversation as well, because certainly, obviously, a lot of these corporations, when they do buy up, whether it's the block or they're buying up the whole subdivisions, it is. Kind of causes an issue as far as, families being able to afford housing. So certainly you'll hear that word, and I think I shared that earlier today with, the department. The word affordability is going to be reigning clear throughout these next few months, and I think whether the road to housing bill makes it to the finish line in the early part of the year or the latter part of the year, the issue of affordability and helping people finance housing, and there's certainly a number of proposals that have been, put out there, so we'll kind of see where that plays out as well.
And yeah, it is a real issue. And the one quick thing I would add is, unlike earlier last year, I think the White House dynamic in affecting members' actions is sort of receding a bit. And this free agent attitude that I mentioned also is focusing people who are also up for re-election. So I think issues like this will get more traction, sort of independent of where perhaps the White House might be, and that might not have been the case a year ago.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. See, had I gone before you, I would have asked similar questions. But, the mayor decided to pick you first. Thank you. I'm excited. I'm just joking. I'm really excited to at least find out that our Olive Bridge and the library has been at least in the pipelines. Yeah. Because I could say that, and this is really exciting for us because we definitely need the funds for them. And my question is, evolves also around homeowners under the affordable housing. Is there any incentives, or they're looking at, in addition to eliminating corporations from buying block of homes and building, they're talking about making incentives with lower interest rates or first-time homeowner buyers, because we definitely need that incentive to start getting our younger generations into their own first home that they can buy. So I've been hearing a lot of, chatters
Absolutely.
there.
Absolutely. And I think, again, as I mentioned, that is going to certainly be a reigning conversation over the next few months. And one key, proposal that has already been kind of put out there is even, assuming lower interest loans, those homeowners who want to sell, who have got in with a very low interest loan, and people being able to move into that home and take over that loan. So thereby they're not, kind of forced over, kind of our current rates, and they're able to get in at a cheaper, interest rate. So there's, again, a number of proposals like that. And I think right now, the administration kind of started off in the housing conversation about build, let's construct. But they're really moving, at least temporarily, as far as what we can see, into kind of how can we help folks afford the homes to get into them. So again, and I think too, they see that as a better way, and a quicker or faster way to get people housed. But we'll keep you all obviously abreast of all of that, and certainly allow you all to kind of engage.
And the last thing on that is the White House is overdue for an announcement on an executive order on housing. And some of those things have been telegraphed. The one that Charmaine was mentioning has been talked as a possibility. The 50-year mortgage loan, perhaps, that you've heard about, has been talked about. So we know that the White House has been working hard on this issue, driving down the affordability point. We expect that executive order to come out. It may have the executive order would be a natural place for the corporate housing. Frankly, an executive order would be a place on the 10%, where you might not be able to do it by law, but you might be able to regulatorily do it. So
he might just tweet about it, so we don't.
Right. But the one we expect an executive order on housing, and we expect that kind of issue will be part of that. So we'll stay tuned for that.
Thank you. Yeah, I had similar questions on housing, and especially around funding. So thank you for sharing all this. Great news about the Olive Bridge and the library. Thank you so much for advocating on our behalf for both of those much needed improvements in our community. Great news about the Road to Housing and CDBG funds. That was also one of my worries of being on the chopping block. I mean, it's not as much as we would like in general, but to have them taken away altogether would be such a loss for our community. So glad to hear that's still there. And the tax benefits for the film industry, thank you for reminding us about that. I know Laura's been working really hard on that, as well as all of our advocates for that from our area. So thank you for keeping on these issues for us, and advocating on our behalf. Absolutely. And going to Washington, D.C. in a snowstorm to do it. So appreciate that. Thank you for all you do.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to represent you all.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
All right, Mr. City Attorney, will you please report on closed session?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, and for the benefit of the public, the City Council convened to close session at 4 p.m. this afternoon to discuss 3 items in closed session. The first 2 items were matters of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in the case of Melanie Smalley versus City of Burbank, which is a trip and fall case, and a second case for Aram Shanazarian versus City of Burbank, which is a motor vehicle accident. City Council also discussed a matter of labor negotiations with Ms. Betsy McClinton, Management Services Director, who serves as the city's labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, concerning negotiations with the Burbank City Employees Association. The City Council took no reportable action on any of these 3 items this evening.
Thank you. Now is the time for general public comment. I will be calling out the speaker's name as well as the person who is next in line to speak. In order to keep public comment moving in a timely fashion, we have designated a seat in the front row for speakers who are up next at the podium. A timer is available on the podium, and this is also the last call for anyone who needs an interpreter or that these staff members will be released for the evening. Do we have any requests for interpretation? No? All right, then you are free to go. Thank you for offering your services. Persons may choose to use the first period of public comment to address an agendized report, but will not be able to speak on that item following this segment. When you speak, please state your name for the record and adjust the microphone if necessary to be in front of you so that folks at home can hear when you're speaking. All right, the general public comment period is now beginning and no additional cards or calls will be accepted. Madam City Clerk, how many public comment cards do we have and how many callers do we have?
We have 12 cards and 3 callers.
That's 15 total. So there's 15 speakers, so each speaker gets 3 minutes each. Okay, yay. All right, so the first up is Audit LA and second up is Laura FM. Did I read it right? Yes, okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm sorry. I've been at City Hall down in LA since 8, 9 this morning, so I'm a little tired. But before I get started on my comment, I want to say I'm an advocate for this lovely lady who's coming up next, Laura. And she is a survivor of Scientology. And I just want to let you know that she suffers from PTSD due to the horrendous abuse that she endured for her entire life until she got free. And so if she comes up here and cries or gets upset, I just want you to know it's because she survived and she's a survivor, not to take it personally or anything. So I just want to start with that. I'm here because Scientology, through one of their front groups, Drug Free World, is trying to infiltrate Burbank. And I don't know if you're aware that it is Scientology. And Scientology is, and you're talking about trafficking, human trafficking, they are human traffickers. All human trafficking is not sex trafficking. There's such thing as labor trafficking. And they traffic Laura's family here. Her family was trafficked here from Canada. And they traffic people here to get into their sea organizations where these people are held basically captive. They can't leave. They don't get to hold their passports or anything. You can't just go and leave. And they have to work over 110 hours a week, every day almost, and they for $47 a week at most. That is human slave wages in Los Angeles in 2026, and it's still going on. I am disgusted by it. They are trying to ruin my life. They are trying to ruin her life. I mean, she could talk more about it, but I don't care. I am not. If I have to go down defending people and helping survivors, people who want to escape. She, as a child, tried to escape. They dragged her back by her hair at It Ranch, 1.5 miles through I'm telling you, her story is horrendous. She's carrying a book telling you about different stories, and there's so much. So I'm willing to do whatever it takes. And they, people like Kendrick Moxon and Kirsten Peterson and Linda Hamill Peters, they can go after me all they want. So if you start getting emails about what a horrible person Audit LA is, just please take it that it's called fair gaming, and they're there to ruin me, so you don't believe me. But you can look into it yourself. There's enough information about their front group, Drug Free World. They believe that the addict or anyone who's dealing with addiction, that it's their fault, that they need to figure out why this is happening to them. What did they do to bring this onto themselves? And they do not believe in psychiatry or mental health. And we are in a mental health crisis in this city and in this country right now, that we need more real help. And they don't believe in that. They believe that their biggest enemy is psychiatry and psychiatrists. So but they are trying to infiltrate government. And they, if they want to have their, believe what they want in their organizations, as long as they're not abusing people, which they are, they're abusing seniors, they're abusing children. Is that my 3 minutes?
Yeah, that's your 3 minutes. Thank you. Next up is Laura FM, followed by Bike Guy. Welcome.
Hi, this is my first time here in Burbank, so thank you. Again, I'm glad Audit was able to just kind of get that off. One of the main things I really want to talk about is Scientology does not, like she said, does not believe in psychiatry or mental health, period. That alone should stop you from allowing any of these fake programs. I'm in the middle of printing this little booklet off so that the next time I come here, I can give it all to you. But I'm going to read the first part for you. But inside it shows all the logos and every single group, what their exact intention is not what they PR the city about and what they infiltrate in, but it just shows you how they human traffic people. My whole family is from Canada. I was purposely born here in Hollywood while my mom came by herself 6 months pregnant, knowing that she was never going to go back. Her, my dad, and eventually me all became executives of this cult. I was born and raised in this, knew nothing about the outside world. So when we come up here to tell you this, we really mean this from the bottom of our hearts. I did not write this book. This was written by somebody who just released it, Jamie Mustard. He literally has a beautiful way of being able to even describe what was going on in the 80s and the 90s at the Blue Building and what's going on here in Burbank. Just so you get an idea, please, if you can, remember it. It's Child X. It's available on Amazon, anywhere. You can listen to it on audio if you need to, if you're busy doing a million things. But this is the fastest way I can quickly say, please read this story, since I don't have my book out yet and I'm not doing that at the moment. I wanted to read this. Safe pointing is the biggest thing that Scientology does. They protect their PR and they protect the city from not disliking them or not seeing what they're really doing. So I only have 1 minute here, but this is a community warning. Scientology safe pointing. Safe pointing is a tactic used by the Church of Scientology to present itself as a trusted partner to authorities and community organizations while concealing its true purpose: recruitment, influence, and reputation management. They're also very much against gay rights and completely think that you should be expelled or exposed off this world. They're the most disgusting people in the world, yet here they want to help people or have people, so it's a complete lie. So I want to keep going. Scientology achieves this through front groups, which you guys will eventually get once I'm done doing all the work for that, to be secular charities, drug education programs, human rights initiatives, or mental health alternatives, because they do not believe in mental health or psychiatry. These groups offer free materials, training sessions, and partnerships, often targeting police, councils, churches, schools, and social services. I can go on, but thank you for listening. I will get this to you as soon as I can. If you can, take a look, even a little bit. Child X is a great way to start.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Bike Guy, followed by Ron Bax.
Good morning. Good afternoon to the council and the mayor, the chief. I'm coming here regarding, I'd like you guys to consider helping the ADA and the handicapped people as far as making people who want to be cops, never made it, never will make it, like an assistant cadet or something like that. Can you read this? My eyes are really bad.
Is that okay? He's legally blind.
For now.
He said,
Yeah.
make a program.
Come up to the microphone, please. Thank you. And feel free to stand next to, thank you.
So I can make sure all right. He wants to make a program for disabled people or people like on a spectrum who cannot ever be a police officer, but they want to be, but they cannot. So make some kind of program similar to the cadet or explorers. It's hard to read his handwriting. Who can do maybe public liaison work or like tech, for some kind of volunteer, but where they can take pride in the city.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Ron Bax, followed by Carmen. Welcome, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council. Ron Bax. At the last meeting, I presented a slide. May we have the slide? If we don't have the slide, I can read it. I've memorized it. All right. Discrimination is holding and projecting an opinion onto another without regard for what the other party does as an individual. I had a question and then a request. The question was, do you agree or disagree with this definition? And the request was, I want someone, ideally all three of you, to explain to me how the action that the City Council has taken against housing providers over the last 3 years does not meet this definition. And I got crickets. I'd like to add to that prejudice. Prejudice, a judgment or opinion, favorable or unfavorable, formed beforehand or without due examination. To avoid this, we try to have decision makers that are disinterested parties. So we don't have we do have impartiality. Councilmember Anthony, you have stated many times that you were the co-founder of what is now the BTU. I wonder how that makes you impartial. Mayor Perez, Councilmember Perez, thank you. Last fall, you talked about your family struggles, then you went personal, that you said that I could go home and I could find a rent increase on my door. Okay? Mayor Takahashi, you expressed to me and also to many other people through reports of your struggles with your daughter's housing. I'm bewildered how your struggles with your daughter's housing in Santa Barbara, which is a college town, which are historically and notoriously difficult housing markets, and is 90 miles away, enters into your considerations. Councilmember Rosati, he hasn't said anything either way, and yet he has been asked or advised to be recused because of the perception of impartiality, or non-partiality. And Vice Mayor Mullins, I've got to get you in too. You have always said you're trying to make it fair for all parties. To my knowledge, she doesn't own any rental property, and she is not a tenant. So I got her as an impartial. Now, I talked about this form 3-4 times now, and twice it has been construed I'm complaining about the title. I'm not complaining about the title. I want a form that a housing provider can use. And while we're talking about the title, landlord-tenant complaint seems wrong if it's under the Housing Enforcement Unit. Make it the Housing Enforcement Unit complaint for it. Thank you.
Good timing. Thank you for your comment. Carmen is next, followed by Mark Scruggs. Hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Carmen, yes.
Yes, okay, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. So do I hand these out first? Does that count as part of my 3 minutes?
No, go ahead and hand it to the clerk, and she'll pass it around to us. And then
I'm
when
going
you
to keep one of those.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone and fellow citizens. I just wanted to talk about getting possibly some signs where there was recently a fatal crash very close to where I live, over at the intersection of Pass Avenue and Olive Avenue, where people get going pretty fast through there. And may she rest in peace. I didn't know her, but her name was Gladys Villalobos. And it happened 2 weeks ago tonight, and I'm sure many of you have experienced hearing that horrible sound of screeching brakes and then the inevitable metal crashing. Well, this one sounded so different. It didn't have screeching brakes, and it didn't sound like any metal hitting each other, no cars crashing. So I found that very interesting. I got out of bed. I was not sleeping, but I did hear it happen. I heard people talking outside, so I knew that there were people collecting. I live very close to where it happened, obviously, since I heard it. And so after this happened, I felt very compelled and called and inspired to drive that route over and over. And I walked it to it just hit me so hard. I don't know why I'm emotional about it. I guess, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I am. And I'd like to read page 4 to you. You don't have to follow along, but it says, to get drivers to reduce their speed as a curve is approaching, the most effective road signs are yellow warning signs featuring curved or winding arrows. That's like page 1. These signs indicate in which direction the road curves up ahead. They may even include a recommended speed for safely navigating the curve. There are no signs, to my surprise. There are no signs there. Yes, she was obviously speeding. Maybe you've all seen the video. But I really think it'd be helpful to have some signs there, at least someone to go and review the area and see if they think so too. Between Maple Street and Pass Avenue, Olive Avenue intersection, there are no signs there. That's where she hit the curb, and then it flipped over, and then it crashed and burned, and she died on the site. So you can see in all the pictures, be sure, page 2 and 3, those signs aren't really there. I put those there for Photoshop so you can see what that would look like. There are 2 potential places, I think, where signs could go where they don't have to install a post. There are tree lamps, so thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Mark Scroggs, followed by Paul Preston. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mark Scroggs. I want to let everyone know that on Thursday at 7, the Cultural Arts Committee is hosting a panel, which is nearby at the Community Service Building around the corner at 115 West or North 3rd Street. I'm part of this panel. It's going to be fun. It's going to be energetic, trust me. It's regarding getting people, when people reach out for talent and mistakes they made. This is part of the whole entertainment business, and how many mistakes they make, how they don't give information. I've had stuff sent to me where I don't even know the last name of the client they want. I have 2 Mindys. I get like, we want Mindy, and like, which one? And like things like that make you just turn it down, and people pass on things that maybe are really great projects. There's a lot of Sundance projects. There's a lot of podcasts. It's going to be on charity stuff too that people can do. There's going to be a lot of things that people can do. It's like we can wait for tax incentives and all that sort of stuff, but these are little things that we can do right now. So I want to encourage everybody they show up for that because we want to help out. And speaking of helping out and doing things, I know I brought it up before, but I want to encourage everyone in the entertainment industry to join the Committee for the First Amendment. Entertainment is one of the first areas that gets sucked up with oligarchs. I was at a First Amendment thing the other night. It was fascinating. Even if you're not in the industry, you still can go to www.committeeforthefirsamendment.com for information. They have panels, they have videos, and different things that people can do. But it's really important for the communities to be involved. It's just very important. What was I going to say? Hope I can read my handwriting. Yeah, and I've also asking them to see if they can do like local chapters. So if we have like a Burbank, Glendale chapter, there's other people at the meeting that were from the area that we could do here. So there's a lot of people just don't know how to get involved. Our meeting tonight and all the city council meetings is a perfect example of the First Amendment. We have freedom of speech, press, religion, the right to assemble, and petition. We could lose all that if we don't pay attention. Please reach out. To me, you can reach me at my email, work email, mark@lbtalent.com, or to the Committee for the First Amendment for more information. This is bipartisan. This isn't, this affects all of us. So I really encourage people, because you see with the protests, you see everything that's going on right now. You see people talking tonight about, like Scientology and different things. We have to be able to speak about it. We have to be able to do it. So it's really important. The last couple seconds is up at Sundance. There's been a group of indie filmmakers that have created a site called www.blockthemerger.com where people can reach out. It's very simple to go to. If I can help dealing with Warner Brothers and all that, and my time is up.
Good job. Next up is Paul Preston, followed by Jim Lane. Welcome.
Didn't know we could have slides.
or handouts. I'll be holding stuff up. My name is Paul Preston, homeowner here in Burbank. I've rented for 17 years now. I reside at 1414 North Whitnall Highway. Across the street from my house is a triangle of land that could be lovely, but currently is not. It's bordered by Whitnall, Burbank, and Clybourne. Whitnall Park ends at Burbank, leaving this one area north of it unattended. Every few months it gets mowed, that's it. So as opposed to the lovely manicured grass and beautiful trees of Whitnall Highway Park, this triangle is a field of unkempt brown grass and weeds most of the year, as well as trash that no one seems to attend to, as they would if this patch of Burbank were part of the park. I first moved here in April. Last year it wasn't brown, it was green. But still overgrown and prone to attracting all kinds of bugs. It's green again from the rain, attracting bugs again, overrun with weeds again. Some pics from the end of the summer when the grass turned brown. And it also gives a good view. Hey, look, lovely park. Not here. So this is what I'm calling the Bermuda Triangle. Trashy. And again, brown. No joke. See, there's the trash that shows up all during the summer as well. This is how it looks west of Clybourne in North Hollywood. I've lived in North Hollywood. If I saw that, wouldn't flinch, but this is Burbank, so I think we can do nicer than that. No offense. South of where I live, North Whitnall Highway intersects with Clark and Hollywood Way. You may know where that is. We built an awesome new community garden there. That looks like this, just south of that garden. Lovely, we could do that. We are currently not. So what I'm pitching here is, can we get this? Can we get something better to look at out of our windows on Whitnall Highway? An extension of the park, maybe one more block all the way, preferred. But I've talked to people about this, Burbank Parks and Rec. Good afternoon, Paul. Thanks for reaching out with your concerns. We'd love to help you, but unfortunately that property belongs to LADWP, so we'd have to reach out to them, which I did. I contacted Constantine, who said, how about I don't know, I could look into it a little bit, maybe a dog park, which I appreciated, but there's 1-2 blocks from there. LADWP owning the land and us not getting it back doesn't make much sense because power lines run the length of Whitnall Highway where the land is owned by Burbank, so it's not a power line thing. And LADWP said, hello, thank you for your email. We have sent your comment along to the responsible group. Turns out there isn't one. So I've heard nothing else from the city of Los Angeles. A neighbor told me they used that area for parking when they did construction on Burbank. You remember all that construction, but they're done with that in construction. And so I haven't seen vehicles there lately. And also, hey, this is fresh and new. There are tumbleweeds in this area because it is not well kept. So you could still have parking there if you wanted it from where the construction vehicles park. You could pave it instead of have just a small gravel pile, and then you could put limited timed parking on it. And when people don't park there correctly, you can ticket them and make the money that way instead of renting the land to LADWP. Spitballing, but you guys can do that better than I, so I give you this whole idea to put in your brains. See, and now there's construction vehicles here, they're just parking them on the streets. They're not even utilizing the space. It's just growing nasty with bugs or trash, depending on the season. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Jim Lane, followed by Diana Pulver. Welcome.
Good evening. My dad was a Marine in World War II. He hopped around the islands, and I was a kid when he died, so I don't remember him talking about it very much. My father-in-law was in the Army Air Corps. Unfortunately, he was a member of the original atomic squadron. He was 19 years old, and he was a member of the Nagasaki mission. It may have affected your family directly or indirectly. He lived with that burden for the rest of his problematic life. My mother had 2 brothers, John and Charlie. John was a captain. He was in North Africa, liberation of Italy, and he and his brother Charlie landed on Normandy. John was wounded critically in Normandy. He earned the Purple Heart Silver Star Croix de Guerre, which is the greatest honor the French government gives to non-French military. John came back to the United States and was never the same. I lived 10 miles from him. I met him twice. My mom had no relationship with him. When my mom died in 2012, I went back to Boston and was with her for the last week of her life. She was in and out of coma. She came out of coma once and she held my hand and she said, "John, it's so good to see you. I'm so glad you came to see me. I love you." I come from a tough working class Irish Catholic Boston background. We don't say those things like "I love you" very freely. It was very moving, and I asked my sister, who was she talking about? She said her brother John. And it was at that moment I realized the hole that my mother had in her heart her entire life because of World War II. Last in mid-December, Mr. Rosati didn't like the way people were referring to ICE for what I saw two reasons. He didn't like people F-bombing, and I totally agree with him on that one. I probably started swearing when I was 2, but I don't like it when it's done in public. But hey, the President of the United States does it. He also objected to ICE being referred to Nazis, and referred to his family history as had family members murdered by the Nazis, and that's horrible. Now, when people refer to the ICE today, right, we're referring to the people who are getting all the press and doing all these horrible things. We're not talking to the entire apparatus of NHS and whatnot. And obviously, they're not technically Nazis, okay? They're not technically members of the Nationalist Socialist Party in Germany in the 1930s. They are, however, Nazi-like. They're fascist, they're authoritarian, right? So they're not technically Nazis, but I think as a political leader, sometimes we need to have the emotional maturity to try to empathize with people when they're saying things that aren't necessarily exactly, nuanced properly, but trying to get behind the meat, what people are trying to actually say. So I don't think it's helpful to try and hide behind semantics, frankly. And I'm saying this on International Holocaust Remembrance Day.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Diana Pulver, followed by Cynthia Pease. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. My name is Diana Pulver, and I am a housing provider. Last year, my insurance premiums rose by 30% from the previous year. This year, I received notice that my premiums will rise again, this time by 58%. Needless to say, this will put quite a strain on my business, and I will be scrambling to hopefully find another carrier. In these inflationary times, this is just another example of what I and my fellow housing providers are dealing with. Additional controls and regulations hinder small business instead of helping. I understand that no one, neither renters nor housing providers, are exempt from inflation. But it seems that housing providers are being unfairly targeted to carry more than their fair share of the burden. Additional regulations and rent control will only serve to exacerbate an already tough economic climate. Instead of targeting housing providers with additional rent controls, the city should concentrate on job creation and a more robust Section 8-like program. These are things that will help both renters and housing providers. Again, I say, don't LA my Burbank, because Burbank could set an example for other cities to follow. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Cynthia Pease, followed by Lorena Quiroga. Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Takahashi, City Council, City Manager, City Attorney, and staff. Happy New Year. May the force be with you. First off, big thank you from the Cultural Arts Commission. This is the third year that we have arts grants going out to the community. We do hope that you will all attend some of those arts grants. You are sparking and keeping alive the fire for cultural arts in the city while we go through a lot of transition. I want you to be mindful that as the budget looms, every dollar that you expend on the arts comes back to you through revenue, triple-fold. And you can check it through the Otis reports and other LA, Southern California reports to see how that money comes back to the businesses, which we need right now, and we need the community to stay engaged. Also, I want to say a thank you from the Cultural Arts Commission for approving a cultural affairs supervisor. They do this in other cities, and to bring us to the same level, to bring us current where we are engaging and supporting the community as others do is very, very important. Yeah, you could check West Hollywood. They've done it for a zillion years before I was born. Thirdly, I did give out a handout, but I will get some more, and I did give one to Mayor Takahashi, and I gave one to our city planning department, and I gave one to the Burbank Chamber of Commerce, and it has to do with allowing arts activities in city businesses. And there's a new group that we have formed, and it is the Burbank Arts Consortium. And we went through all the city codes, 300 pages of city codes that are antiquated and need updating. And then we made recommendations from those pages, which we could, I was giving her a share of sample of how we can simplify those codes to allow arts activities within the city. We're starting with downtown, and I know there will be meetings this year, and I hope you will all be interested enough and engaged to participate with that. And we have a group of wonderful, knowledgeable art types that can also participate if so invited. Lastly, everybody would still like an update on what we're doing with the George Zay Park and this little theater. We need a venue. If you build it, they will come. And in the meanwhile, while we're trying to get the film industry to its new place, it's never going to be what it was, but it'll be something different. We need places where all of these artists can still practice, rehearse, perform, engage the city. So that little venue, just like the library, okay, is very, very important. And even just repairing the Starlight Bowl for now, of which we can bring people in to sell it out to get a little more money in the coffers. So again, thank you for all you do. Many of us would like to participate in some of these activities, and we're here for you. Happy New Year.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Lorena Quiroga, followed by Mike Stage. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor Takahashi, Vice Mayor Mullins, and Honorable City Council. Thank you for allowing me to address you tonight. My name is Lorena Mendez. I've been a long-time Burbank resident, raised my family here. I've also been a television producer here for 25 years, as well as a realtor. And I say all this because I know how strong the appreciation is from our city that supports all of our residents and creatives. For the last 2.5 years, I have been co-founder and active member of the Tuesday Night Writers Group, as well as the Burbank Poets and Writers, and we've been able to produce quite a few events in the city, all grassroots. Our proudest recent achievement was partnering with the Burbank Library to present our very first Burbank Story Slam, which took place on January 10th at the Buena Vista Library. This live storytelling competition featured 10 local writers sharing true stories in 5 minutes, judged by award-winning producers and creatives here in Burbank. The turnout was completely tremendous. We filled out the space, and it was indeed a very huge success. I've emailed you part of the program that we have. And we also, as you can see, it was almost standing room. And the reason to mention this is because this showed what grassroots events can unite neighbors, spark joy, showcase local talents. So we want to build upon the success of the Story Slam to promote more inclusivity and bring more events to vibrant places, which brings me to the Colony Theater. What a wonderful cultural asset to host professional productions, high school events, as you know. While valuable, many residents, over more than 200 creatives and community members that we've spoken to, shared that they've never heard about events here at the Colony, and they also don't feel that it's accessible for everyday local programming. There's a great potential here to draw more residents by enhancing awareness, outreach, and opportunities in our community-focused events. So, In summary, we're looking for initiatives to continue producing events like the 10-minute Play Fest that we're planning to do later on this year, as well as the Poetry Slam, another Story Slam, just because the community is really wanting it. No more Zoom, they want live events. So I'm here to ask for your support.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next up is Mike Stage, and that's my last physical card. Welcome.
Nothing like bringing up the ending. Thank you. I'm here to talk about, short and to the point, Flock and ICE, better known as the Gestapo. They work together. They are two sides of the same coin. Flock collecting the information and the Gestapo grabbing it and using it against us. And it's all unnecessary on Flock's part. It's just for the money. Crime is at its lowest level in 40 years, in some cases 50 or 60 years. They are collecting this information. It's going to be used to build a database, and it's going to be used against us. No one needs it. It is an assault on our freedom, on our democracy, on our lives, citizen and immigrant. We need to stop it. But the one group that will like it is ICE, the Gestapo. They don't care about any blocks you're going to put on the system. They don't care about any laws you're going to pass. What they're going to do is run right over you. Because right now the government is being run by a bunch of psychopathic lunatics. These people do not hesitate to kill people to get in their way. You've got Keith Porter in Northridge, murdered just for being black, out on celebrating New Year's Eve. You've got Renee Good, murdered simply because she wanted to take some pictures of a bunch of Looney Tunes. A woman daring to speak up, assassinated. I saw the pictures of what her car looked like afterwards. The inside, blood all over it, her kids' toys covered with blood. I don't know how the family's going to get through that. I really don't. I pray for them every night. And there's Alex Pretty, going out, a VA nurse, a man dedicated to helping people. All he did was go over there to help someone who's been slugged, pushed, and shoved. And in return, he gets beaten, maced, thrown to the ground, disarmed, and assassinated. 10, 15 shots. These people are psychopaths. These people do not care about the rules. They do not care about the government. They do not care about any of us. All they care about is power and how much of it they can get and how quickly they can get it. And if we get in the way, well, that's just too damn bad for us. Well, I say no more. We don't have to participate. You can't fight them on their terms. The old ways don't work. Get the Flock out of Burbank. Pull the plug. Or like they used to say in those old movies, exterminate Flock with extreme prejudice. I like that. That would be the way to go. The only way to protect our freedoms and to abolish ICE is to get the Flock out of Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. That's the last of our in-person comments. Do we have folks on the phone still? All right, let's patch them through.
The first caller is Joe Pimienta.
Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, most of you members, and all staff members, and everyone present in the chambers. Once again, wish I was there in person. Printers out not. Anyways, I do want to use my time today mostly to bring attention to what has been said earlier. That what we've been saying, what's going to happen in Minneapolis. A man was murdered, and a man was executed in public. This was preventable. We've been saying that it was preventable, and yet it happened. So this is where things are at the moment, and I think that this is a great opportunity for. I know that some council members have condemned what ICE has been doing, but I think it would be great if all 5 council members would, now that they have seen what this institution is capable of, just come out and say that you condemn what they are doing, executing people in broad daylight for exercising their First Amendment right. Got people killed. We've been saying that it would, but now it has happened, and this is preventable. We don't want that to happen here in Burbank, but now we can see that it can, and that we need to protect the people that live here. On a different topic, I do want to give praise to the second speaker for coming forward with her story. I mean, coming forward is it's a strong act of courage. So, again, my strength to you for coming forward with what has happened to you. Also, I just want to speak in response to something that someone else said in the demands for safer streets. Personally, I think that safer streets usually means less cars, which is why I think that it would be a great opportunity to continue to show support for the BRT and why we need stronger means for alternative modes of transportation, such as bike lanes, pedestrian walks, and stronger restrictions on speed limits on certain vehicles. So yeah, that's one thing. And of course, because as a member of the Burbank Tenants Union, I always tend to speak a little bit on housing, so I will speak a little bit. Again, just bringing attention that there are still tenants being displaced. There are still tenants who are suffering evictions. There are still tenants that suffer harassment, even when they come forward, even when they're taking the necessary precautions, even when they come and ask for help from the cities. They continue to face harassment from the management, from the property management companies. And this is just something that, again, it continues to happen. We don't want it to continue happening, which is why we advocate for stronger protection for tenants, for stronger rights, and also the need that in order to keep people housed, we need rent stabilization, which means a stronger rent control. Again, nothing that I haven't said before. So with my last time, I just want to bring up the hits again. Of course, protect trans lives and free Palestine. Once again, for all your work, thank you. I hope you're having a good evening. Hope to see you in person on the next one. Have a good one.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Super Pup.
You're on the air with council. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council. Thank you so much for having us. I'm here to support everyone in the community. Thank you all for being here and taking your time to listen. Audit LA and Lower FM have already spoken, and I'm here to validate their concerns, and I really appreciate that you have made January Human Trafficking Month, and that the fact is it doesn't only speak to trafficking women and sexual crimes, it's also regarding human trafficking of children. And I want to emphasize that kids cannot consent. You're going to see people in your community that are going to safe point different businesses, and it's connected to Scientology. They've been infiltrated the community in Los Angeles for 50 plus years, and I feel like after watching this entire community this evening that you all are aware that any human trafficking can infiltrate any community, and you all are aware. You've made that clear by saying that this is Human Trafficking Month. That includes human trafficking children, human trafficking anyone from any country. People are brought here from other countries with false hopes. Their passports are taken. They have no idea what is happening. And then they get stuck in Los Angeles. My parents came from Eastern European countries, and they would have given anything to be in Los Angeles. And I just want everyone to be aware, please do not allow Scientology to infiltrate Burbank like they have Los Angeles. This is a cult, and we need to ensure that we remove them from the community. Thank you all so much for your time. You're very wonderful people, and you are appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Jomo.
Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you, Council. I wanted to say just a few words about housing issues. The 3% rent cap is more than fair. I think any insinuation using words like discrimination or prejudice and perverting those words to fit a 3% rent cap is preposterous. It's, we saying that that's prejudice or discrimination from a country that is built on chattel slavery and genocide is crazy and wild, but I digress. I want to comment about the recent slaying of Alex Pretty in the long list of ICE deaths that we have seen across our country. And as I've spoken to a few city council members now about resisting ICE and some of the work we're doing monitoring activities here in Burbank and supporting our immigrant community and our non-immigrant community, because we know ICE targets them as well. And I've heard a lot of feedback is we don't know what to do. There's not a lot we can do. These are federal agents. And I love that question. I love the question of what we can do, because right now it's very simple. It's canceling this block contract. That is a very tangible, easy, nonviolent way that you can work to disentangle Burbank from the injustices of ICE. And this Friday, some groups in Los Angeles and California are taking up the call of solidarity with Minneapolis in a general strike. So calling for this general strike, standing in solidarity, and canceling this block contract, refusing to normalize attacks on our civil rights, including our right to privacy, is something well within your purview. So thank you for your time. I look forward to connecting with each of you more, and have a great rest of the evening.
Thank you for your comment. Is that...
That was our last caller.
That's our last caller. Okay. There being no further public comment, I now declare the general public comment period closed. Now is the time for a brief response from the City Council, City Manager, or City Attorney. City Manager, City Attorney, do you have any responses?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a few items here. So one, as far as the vehicle accident and the traffic signs on pass there, I think both Public Works and police have already started looking at that to figure out what kind of traffic warning signs or anything else that we could do there. So they're going to study that, and we'll report back to you. But I think they have already started that prior to tonight. As far as the that kind of Bermuda Triangle, so to speak, if that, we will double check to see if that is owned by LA DWP. If it is, that's going to not be the easiest lift. As you know, we are already struggling just with the dog park across town, trying to get them to do things, but that doesn't mean that we can't try to engage them and ask. But that tends to take a long time, unfortunately, with that entity. So, but if there's something that we can do, we will definitely follow up and try to make that figure out some solution that makes it nicer. So, definitely agree. And then the other thing, there was a speaker talking about Isaiah and Olive Park and the recreation center there. So as you know, the council did approve the Isaiah Park Master Plan recently. So we are, and actually did proceed with approving staff to go out and actually do the development plans. So we are actually underway with the design and development. So we are hoping, the architects working hard, so we hope to bring back something. You've seen it in concept size, but we really want to bring that back, something spectacular. So, so as you know, we have that approval, and we are proceeding with that. So those are the first three things, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. All right, council brief comments, replies. Vice Mayor? Okay.
Thank you. Well, I want to start, of course, by thanking everybody who came tonight, also who called in, and applaud Zonta Club, Gloria, and all the members on Zonta for always reminding us of the importance of awareness for human trafficking and all the work that they do. So thank you for bringing all this information to our attention. And to our first two speakers, Audit and Laura, I think, thank you for being here. And I know it takes a lot to come here and share your thoughts and feelings. And I'd like to see if we can connect with the Zonta Club members. I know you saw them earlier. You can look them up online. This will be a great resource to spread the word. It's all about education. It's spreading the word, and this organization can definitely help you with everything that you shared. So thank you for being here and sharing your thoughts with us and your experience. So we appreciate it. And then all the other things have been answered. Mr. Lane, thank you for sharing your story as well. It's the first time I hear it, so I appreciate. It's always nice to hear backgrounds and some family backgrounds. So I appreciate you sharing your story with us tonight. And Ms. Pease, I think she's gone. Well, we'll talk to her later, but as always, she's always here encouraging us and letting us, cheering us on to support the art. And she knows that I know all 5 of us really support the art in the community. And I think Miss Mendez, I don't know if she's here, she's gone as well. She is gone. But I did exchange some emails with her, and I'm working on maybe a solution for her with her group. So I know staff is aware of it. The email came to all of us. So I will be reaching out to you hopefully sometime tomorrow to see if we can make connections with folks that can help you achieve what you want with your group. Let's see, I think that's about everybody, but if I didn't go down the list name by name, thank you all for being here, and I'm sure you'll hear from the rest of the council here.
All right, who else? Say Councilmember Rosati.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to say thank you for everyone for coming tonight. Ms. Salas, for all the work you do, and your members of Zonta. It's just a tremendous work that you do in our community, so thank you if you're still here. Mr. Ferguson, the people from the Ferguson group, thanks for the update. It was very enlightening. I look forward to seeing what happens first quarter. I think hopefully we'll see some housing bills come up. And Laura, thank you for your story. I know it's difficult to come here and tell it, but we appreciate it. And Carmen, thank you for your concern over street safety. As you heard, we're working on taking a look at some of those recommendations. I live very close to that area, and that was a horrible crash scene. So, Ms. Pease, thank you for all you do on the Cultural Arts Committee, if you're still here. And Lorena, thank you for all your emails and updates and invites and engagement. You certainly have my support for the arts. And I'm sorry, some of the callers, I really couldn't hear too good what was being said, so I apologize if I missed something with some of the callers, but thank you, Madam Mayor.
Great. All right, next up, Councilmember Anthony and then Councilmember Perez.
Thank you. Yes, I did see video of that crash on the news, and yeah, it was horrific. It was just terrible. That curve, though, is so minor. I mean, it's not unsafe. I just want to reiterate that we take time and care to make sure our streets are safe. The woman traveling at such a high speed, that speed could make any road unsafe. So we do have to be careful how we're driving and how fast we're driving. I do want to thank the folks who came out today to talk about an organization that may or may not be showing up here in Burbank. If you have any of this information, you can always send it to council, city council at burbankca.gov if you have any images or information. I know Leah Remini from the King of Queens has a docuseries, very informative. So thank you for coming down. I'm always, wary of what's happening in the city, and so love to hear from you. Yeah, and yes, this Bermuda Triangle is, it's tough. It's tough. Who's got the overlay? Who's got the easement? Who owns the land? Who runs the land? It's a headache. It's a headache. So I appreciate you coming down and walking us through it. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Perez.
All right. Thank you all for coming on down and sharing public comment, and the folks on the phones too. I want to start by thanking Zonta, of course, for recognizing Human Trafficking Awareness Month. Thank you to Gloria Salas for mentioning Journey Out. They are a wonderful nonprofit in the Valley that I've had the pleasure to work with, involving human trafficking and domestic violence cases. And as a homeless service provider myself, I have had very successful experiences working with the DOJ and the FBI on human trafficking cases here in the San Fernando Valley. And so I think it's just wonderful that we continue to create awareness for this. And I know Gloria shared these, but forgot to kind of highlight them, so I'll do you a solid. There are some here with the National Human Trafficking Hotline number, which is 1-866-347-2423. And you can find all of this information online. If you're interested in participating, Zonta is an amazing org to work with. I want to thank the folks who spoke on the Scientology issue. I know it takes a lot of bravery, especially when you have lived trauma and lived experience. So thank you for being here and stepping forward. My understanding is that as a city, we do not work with any of them or their entities or Drug Free World, but I appreciate you bringing forward the awareness, because there are a lot of amazing, anti-drug campaigns out there for our youth. And so it's important that we don't conflate these with things like what Scientology is doing. So thank you for coming forward and bringing awareness. I want to thank Carmen for the road sign ideas. It takes passionate citizens to come forward and share their thoughts to change their community. So thank you for that. And I'm glad to hear that city staff is already working on that. To Mr. Preston, thank you for coming down. Honestly, that was, to your point, the most efficient presentation I have ever seen with pictures. So thank you for coming on down. I will share, look, I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you. I'll share what my colleague said. When it's an LADWP property, it has taken us, I don't even want to say how long, for the dog park. And that's us as a city entity trying to work with them. But I have no reason to doubt our amazing city staff will ping them, we'll push them and see if we can get any kind of, a response from them. We'll help you out, because I live by you, and yeah, it's an eyesore for sure. And then, my gosh, Miss Mendez, that's a wonderful event that you have. You should connect with the Arts Commission and Miss Pease if you haven't already. And then finally, last but absolutely not least, thank you to all of you who spoke on the atrocities that ICE is committing in our communities. Thank you for standing for justice at a time when we are being told that we need to be silent by many folks. Thank you for standing for what's right. And I'm with you. They've gone beyond the pale, and we need to abolish ICE. So thank you for that.
Thank you. All right. Along with the rest of the council here, thank you for coming tonight and speaking about what's important to you in the community. Thank you for taking time out of your lives to be here tonight. Thank you for those who sent emails and had meetings during the week since the last meeting. And for those of you who are here for the first time, welcome to City Council Chambers. Glad to have you here. Thank you for being here. I know it's a little nerve-wracking sometimes to stand at the microphone, so thank you for taking that bravery and to do that, to share with us what's going on with you and what's concerning for you. Reflecting what the council members already said, but just want to reinforce, thank you to Audit and Laura for coming tonight and speaking about your experiences, and in addition to what was mentioned about Zonta and also Journey Out, if you haven't already contacted them. I want to also reinforce what Councilmember Anthony said, is to feel free to send us any information that you feel is pertinent to the whole council, and see if we can, if there's anything that we can do, we will definitely try. To the bike guy about the ADA and disabled connections with the police. Always looking for innovative ideas. Our police chief is right there. And also, if you're not familiar with it, we have a community police academy that I think is getting started soon. So if you haven't looked into that, that's a wonderful way to get connected with the police department and learn more about behind the scenes, and to share your ideas there too. And that's for the whole community. And then back to the Bermuda Triangle, quick question for staff. Mr. City Manager, sorry to interrupt. Really quick question about the Bermuda Triangle. With LADWP properties, who generally is responsible for the upkeep of mowing and picking up trash and that kind of thing?
The property owner?
So LADWP?
Yep.
But we end up probably doing it anyway, or do they come by?
I would assume they do it.
I see.
I don't know if they contract it out or how they do that, but it's their property. They need to maintain it.
Got it. Okay. All right. That's unfortunate. All right. Thank you.
Are we officially calling it Bermuda Triangle now?
I think
Is
so.
that-
I think that's the new official name. Yeah. Put it on Google Maps. And then Ms. Mendez is not here still, but I just wanted to do a shout out for the Burbank Buena Vista Library Story Slam. That was just a really cool idea and so cool. Things like this, the Story Slam is an example of how our community comes up with these great ideas, pursues them, and then brings them to fruition, and the community loves it. So if you have an idea and you think, I don't know, please pursue it, because that's how a lot of these cool things happen, is because the community steps up and says, look at this cool thing we can do, and then we do it. And then just one last thing about, this message to staff, about the calls we heard. I agreed with Councilmember Rosati that they're hard to hear. And actually the past few council meetings, it's been a little bit tough to hear both volume and clarity of speech. And I'm wondering if maybe we could look into that a little bit.
Yeah, we struggle with that. It's hard. There's a lot of different variables. We are actually was it SB 707? We're actually going to change out to Zoom soon. So just...
okay.
We were going to try to upload you later.
Okay.
We still have till July, but there will actually be a transition that the city clerk's working on, along with city manager, IT, and some other departments. So there will be a change this summer at some point. So,
Great.
But we know it's the ongoing struggle of the phones.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, and to those who call in, sorry, we're having technical difficulties. If you can speak a little louder and a little bit more articulating your words, it's a big ask, but if you can, that'd be helpful. But we're doing our best to listen, and I heard the gist of what they said, even though it was still a struggle. But it was fine. All right, that's it for me. Thank you so much again for everyone who came, and we will be moving on to the next item on the agenda. So next up is the consent calendar. The consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, please read the consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have 5 items tonight. Item 1 is approval of the City Council minutes of the joint meeting of January 13th, 2026, and the dark meeting of January 20th, 2026. Item 2 is adoption of a resolution correcting resolution number 25-29664, authorizing the city manager to execute a design-build contract with Landscape Structures Incorporated, and delegating authority to approve plans and specifications for shade structures at Robert E. Gross Park ball fields. Item 3 is adoption of a resolution approving a clean energy purchase contract for prepaid renewable energy. Item 4 is approval of a 3-year professional services agreement with Civic Calling Corporation, doing business as Holly Incorporated, an AI-powered platform for job classification analysis and compensation benchmarking. And item 5 is acceptance of a donation of gym equipment valued at $77,064 from the Burbank Police Foundation for the Burbank Police and Fire Department's training gym. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if I could, for consent agenda item number 2, I actually have a substitute resolution that's been put up here at the dais for you. Copies are also stacked next to the agenda binder in the foyer, the purpose of which is to combine attachment number 2 in your packet with attachment number 3, so that in the future, we have only one resolution in the resolution book. That substitute resolution, if I may, I'll just read the title.
Okay.
So it's entitled, "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Burbank amending and superseding Resolution number 2529664, authorizing the city manager to execute a design-build contract with Landscape Structures, Inc., and delegating authority to approve plans and specifications for shade structures at Robert E. Gross Park ball fields."
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended?
I move.
Second.
All right, we have a first by Vice Mayor, second by Councilmember Anthony. Can we do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mullins?
Yes.
And Mayor Takahashi?
Yes. Great, thank you. Next item is our first report to council. We have 2 reports to council this evening. After staff's presentation, the city council will proceed with in-person comment only. Speakers will be allowed to speak on the item at the conclusion of the presentation, as long as a speaker has not spoken on the item during the first period of general public comment. Please be sure to submit your public comment card now to our city clerk, as no additional public comment cards will be accepted once the comment period commences following the staff presentation. Our first report to council tonight is the discussion of Senate Bill 79 and its potential impacts on the city of Burbank. I welcome Ms. Amanda Landry, welcome Ms. Landry, Principal Planner from the Community Development Department, to please present the report. Welcome.
Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
Before we begin, I have a potential conflict of interest based upon potential employment. So out of an abundance of caution, I will be recusing myself from this report, and I will see you all for the next one.
All right, see you in a little bit.
May I have the presentation, please? Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Takahashi and members of the City Council. My name is Amanda Landry. I'm a principal planner with our CDD planning section. I have with me tonight my colleagues Greg Mirza-Avakian, Senior Planner, and Marcos Fuentes, Transportation Senior Planner. Tonight I'll be providing the Council with an overview of SB 79 and include some recommended next steps from staff. Please note that the law has many uncertainties. And so the analysis in this presentation is based on preliminary information and staff's current understanding. If the law is amended in the future, staff will return to the council with additional analysis. As the first part of this presentation, we just wanted to make it clear that the recommendation from staff is for the council to maintain the course of the existing council-directed city planning efforts. These efforts are critical to the city they need to be completed so that the city can respond to state housing mandates and to facilitate the development of housing. In addition, we recommend that the City Council direct staff to pursue cleanup language for SB 79 via the legislative process, and direct staff to continue to pursue discussions with the Southern California Association of Governments, or SCAG, regarding the official SB 79 eligibility maps, and with Metro regarding potential impacts related to the North Hollywood to Pasadena BRT, or bus rapid transit. And we recommend that the council direct CDD to revise and update the housing development process to ensure timely and efficient processing of all housing development applications. Broadly, SB 79 facilitates transit-oriented development by allowing a housing development within a specified radius of an existing proposed major transit-oriented development, or TOD stop, on a qualifying site zoned for residential, mixed, or commercial development. In addition, SB 79 also creates 2 formal tiers of transit stops, which are determined depending on the level and type of each transit service, and prescribes minimum densities and heights to each. The prescribed minimum densities and heights exceed local regulations and allow housing on these qualifying sites. The city closely monitors state legislation and strategically engages with state representatives when appropriate to advocate for the city's interests. And this was done during the 2025 legislative session to oppose SB 79. As a follow-up to SB 79, in January of 2026, so this month, Senator Wiener introduced SB 677 as a cleanup bill for SB 79. And as of last Friday, he also introduced SB 908 for the same purpose. Currently, the proposed amendments do not appear to significantly modify the impacts of SB 79 on the city. However, staff is actively collaborating with the city's legislative advocacy group, the California Public Policy Group, to create specific feedback to our representatives regarding additional amendments, such as clarification on the applicability, site eligibility, differentiation between residential and non-residential FAR, and additional definitions specifically related to the BRT. SB 79 defines 2 tiers of TOD stops, like I mentioned before. Tier 1 is within an urban transit county, meaning a county with more than 15 passenger rail stations, served by heavy rail transit or very high-frequency commuter rail. Tier 2, excluding Tier 1 sites, is within an urban transit county served by light rail transit, high-frequency commuter rail, or by bus rapid transit, or BRT, as defined in the Public Resource Code. Based on our current reading of the law, staff has identified potential TOD stops in Burbank. The map on this slide mirrors the information in attachment 4, which is page 310 in the agenda packet, and it depicts the location of transit facilities that we analyzed. As this map shows, not all BRT stops will qualify. Based on staff's current understanding of SB 79's definitions of TOD stops, only those shown as yellow stars qualify, and the gray stars note possible future stops. If the additional BRT stops at Hollywood Way, Olive Avenue, and San Fernando Boulevard and Olive Avenue were to qualify as TOD stops, the number of newly affected parcels would be located primarily in the Media District, within a half-mile of the westbound stop at Hollywood Way and Olive Avenue, and in a small portion of the hillside area within a half-mile of the BRT stop at San Fernando Boulevard and Olive Avenue. However, SB 79 does include limited disqualifying criteria that are applicable in certain circumstances. And this includes the location of properties within the very high fire hazard severity zone. The map on this slide identifies possible areas that may qualify as excluded areas in Burbank as part of an alternative plan. Of note are large areas of land in the Media District that could be partially excluded due to their location within a very high fire hazard severity zone, if all other qualifying standards apply. Most of the land area, however, is occupied by the studios. Considering the exclusions and the current interpretation of the bill, staff has narrowed down the possible locations to 3 locations within the city that are likely to qualify as Tier 2 stops. These sites, noted in this map as with yellow stars, are in general proximity to the downtown area and the downtown transit-oriented development specific plan area. These areas include the downtown Metrolink station and the Glen Oaks Alameda BRT stations, and there's one in each direction on opposite sides of the street. Page 270 of the agenda package describes the possible density and height standards established by SB 79 for this area. Focusing in on these locations, we wanted to characterize the zoning of the area around these steps, just to give the council an idea of what's there. Within a half-mile of Burbank's qualifying Tier 2 TOD stops, there are just under 3,000 parcels. Of these, 1,300 parcels are within a quarter mile of a Tier 2 stop, and 124 parcels are directly adjacent to pedestrian access points, serving the Tier 2 TOD stop. Of the residentially zoned parcels within these TOD areas, fewer than 300 are zoned exclusively for single-family use. Of note is that many of the parcels within the TOD stop areas do not currently allow housing by right. So if any housing project in these zones are to come in, they would need to be processed under a state-mandated approval process, such as SB 35 or AB 2011. And these have strings attached, such as prevailing wage requirements and other workforce standards that can significantly impact the overall cost of development. The other parcels may use SB 79 in conjunction with a development review, a conditional use permit, or an AUP, or administrative use permit, whatever the underlying zoning requires. So the intent behind SB 79 does share similar goals to some of Burbank's major land use planning efforts, including the specific plans. The plans incentivize growth and development, including higher density in locations that have access to transit opportunities. But unlike SB 79, the specific plans include a robust set of objective development standards that reflect the city's vision for those communities. The plans include policies that are intended to incentivize the use of those plans and the local process that they are developing, which we believe will be successful because streamlined ministerial reviews, such as AB 2011, SB 35, and the use of SB 79, have additional requirements, such as, again, like I mentioned before, those labor requirements, tribal notification, again, that increase the cost of development. And that makes the local option more feasible or desirable than that. In addition, the specific plans are important tools for the city to use to respond effectively to applications submitted pursuant to any state streamlined ministerial review. This is important so that we can process those applications in a timely manner and avoid some of the more significant consequences of failing to do so. Staff is currently in discussions with Metro and SCAG about SB 79. Metro itself came out last Friday with a statement voicing opposition to SB 79. Staff believes that SB 79 represents new development potential that was not evaluated by Metro as part of their environmental impact report for the BRT. And staff also believes that the city is required to predicate future project approvals in city rights-of-ways for the BRT on additional environmental review that incorporates the land use changes that are proposed under SB 79. So SB 79 also gives the local government several options to demonstrate alternative methods to comply with the law. In the staff report, staff has provided a brief analysis for 4 potential actions to comply with the law, including maintain the status quo and continue to pursue legislation and map clarification, adopt an alternative plan, adopt a simple local ordinance, or adopt a delayed effectuation ordinance. As discussed in the report, there are challenges associated with each of these options, and some of them are not applicable to Burbank because Burbank doesn't meet the qualifications for the options. For example, the option to adopt a simple local ordinance or a delayed effectuation ordinance may not be beneficial to Burbank as we don't meet the qualifying criteria. In one of the options, it only applies to cities without objective development standards and that lack pedestrian infrastructure, which doesn't apply to Burbank. Or there are too many restrictions for too limited benefit within a very compressed time frame. With respect to an alternative plan option, an advantage of this option that is contemporarily minimize some of the impacts of SB 79 density in our lower density and single family neighborhoods, but the density has to be redistributed to other parts of that coverage area, which may require some difficult council decisions with respect to which communities in those areas to prioritize. Furthermore, the alternative plan option requires permanent rezoning of the properties in question, which may present challenges if the state law on this matter changes again, which we think it will. Lastly, this option requires the city to restart the analysis of the proposed densities in the specific plan areas. This is an effort that would delay the adoption of these specific plans by at least 6 months, but more likely 12, at an unknown cost. The first option noted in the staff report, to maintain the status quo, recognizes that there is ongoing legislative activity and cleanup bills, and that there is still a lot of uncertainty around SB 79. As cities don't need to take any action to implement SB 79, it just applies in July. This option would allow staff the appropriate amount, an adequate amount of time to continue our discussions with our state representatives to address all of our local concerns. So in closing, we just wanted to reiterate that, again, there's a lot of uncertainty around SB 79. And even as I present this to you tonight, there's action going on at the state level with proposed amendments. And we can see this evolving language and the intent in the various cleanup bills. So therefore, we're recommending the council maintain the course, again, of the council-directed city planning efforts, which again are critical for us to be able to respond to state housing mandates and to facilitate the development of housing. We also recommend that the City Council direct staff to pursue again the cleanup language for SB 79 via the legislative process, and to direct staff to pursue ongoing discussions with SCAG regarding the official eligibility maps and with Metro regarding potential impacts to the BRT, and direct CDD staff to revise and update the housing development process to ensure timely and efficient processing of housing development applications. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. We'll take public comment first, and then we'll go through questions and discussion. Okay, so public comment is next, and public comment period for this report to council is now beginning, and no additional cards will be accepted. Madam City Clerk, how many public comment cards do we have for the report?
We have 4.
We have 4, okay. So you have 3 minutes each. We'll start off with Susan O'Carroll, followed by Elizabeth Bax. Welcome.
Thanks. Okay. I want to thank staff for the SB 79 report. While this is an important first step, the report unfortunately downplays the true impact of this legislation on our neighborhoods. Specifically, the report incorrectly assumes some BRT stops are not Tier 2 stops. This is flatly contradicted by Section 65912.159P of the law, which applies to projects where there is a preferred alternative that has been selected, and Metro has selected and is pursuing a BRT with dedicated lanes on Olive. Neighborhoods along Olive will be impacted unless the city acts. I do agree with staff on a crucial point. The city must require a supplemental or subsequent EIR before issuing any discretionary permits. This is the only way to force Metro to identify the enormous unfunded infrastructure costs that will otherwise fall on Burbank taxpayers, and for you to understand SB 79's impacts. However, the staff report fails to analyze how SB 79 actively sabotages Burbank's ability to create affordable housing. The law's affordability requirements do not apply to the first 10 units of a project. This creates a luxury loophole that incentivizes developers to replace single-family homes with 10-unit market rate complexes because they generate a higher return than affordable housing. Even for larger projects, the state's requirements are lower than our own housing element. This works against helping low-income residents. Monitoring this bill is not a strategy. You must actively sponsor SB 79 cleanup legislation that avoids SB 79 harms. Even Metro's own board has voted to oppose SB 677 unless amended. If Metro, the agency building these projects, is asking for an exemption for Los Angeles County, we need to fight for it alongside them. We are providing a handout tonight that combines Metro's legislative asks with ours. We need you to lobby for exempting LA County or limiting the bill to a Bay Area pilot. Real transit only, limiting the bill to projects currently in revenue service. We cannot allow planned transit to trigger density before a single BRT bus runs. Mandating affordability, requiring all SB 79 projects to match city-specific RINA affordability targets, closing the luxury loophole. 4, exempting compliant cities. Justifications with state-certified housing elements jurisdictions with state certified housing elements must be exempt. 5, infrastructure funding, restoring the rights of cities to collect impact fees to fund sewer, water, power upgrades these projects necessitate. Our state representatives are screening out our voices. We need you to fight for us. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council.
Thank you. Next up is Elizabeth Bax, followed by Emily Gable-Luddy. Welcome.
Oh, God, I got to put on my glasses. Okay, hi, everyone. Happy New Year. This is the first time I've spoken. With all due respect to your wonderful work in your presentation, I'm going to maybe also reiterate some things that Susan said, but more on a layman's term, because I have a few questions that I wanted to ask, because I thought that the LA Metro, North Hollywood, and Pasadena BRT would trigger SB 79 along the entire route, just because it's called a BRT, not just because of a specific stop. Like every stop will be affecting the area, would just not be affecting the area of one stop. If one area has dedicated lanes along the route, everybody stop is going to be affected. Does the language BRT need to change in the regional transit plan in order for the BRT not to trigger SB 79? Does it need to be not called a bus transit, rapid transit? Could the city of Burbank make this happen? With that question in mind, I have a bigger question. Why is the BRT stop at Olive, Verdugo, and Sparks not in the discussion tonight? It was not in the presentation I read, nor did I hear it tonight. I thought the LA Metro has approved their preferred alternative plan. Isn't that what the community was presented in July at the library? The LA Metro's alternative plan says that the Olive Corridor will be a dedicated lane, and that will trigger SB 79 at the Olive, Verdugo, Sparks stop. So even if I'm wrong and the words bus rapid transit doesn't trigger SB 79, existing transit and planned side running dedicated lanes will. And it will trigger SB 79 in the area around Olive Stop because LA Metro's plan at this moment is planned as dedicated lanes. And it's not just what is existing, but what is planned. I am aware that Burbank's stance on the Olive Corridor is mixed flow, but that is not what the LA Metro has planned. I can't find in the cooperative agreement where it says we have control of this decision. If someone can tell me and show me where that is in the cooperative agreement, I would appreciate it. I am against SB 79, as you can figure. This is about single-family homes going away. Going away, the one thing that people can buy here. They don't have to rent it, they can buy. We have old single-family whole neighborhoods that are going to be destroyed by SB 79. And parking, where are these people going to park? Because there's no need for parking with an SB 79 build. So this means it's 5 stories high in a neighborhood. Now, you guys all said green. This is all going to create green. No more cars driving. All's going to be green now. This is environmentally good. But those 5 stories high, all the people that created solar, it's going to go away. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Emily Gabel-Luddy, followed by Mary O'Hare. Welcome.
Congratulations, Mayor Takahashi and Vice Mayor Mullins, and good evening, Council. You know, I wanted to ask you to please ask the City Attorney tonight if he agrees with the staff assessment that the SB 79 projects can come under a CUP or an AUP, and if they can, is that not discretionary subject to environmental review? The last speaker raised the issue about shadowing on solar panels, and as you know, the city's Green New Deal has emphasized and supported the installation of solar panels on the tops of 1- and 2-story homes. With the heights of 55 to 65 feet through these SB 79 TODs, the buildings that will potentially built in the neighborhoods will put those solar installations in shadow. And if this is a discretionary action, as the staff asserts under some of their presentation tonight, I want to know if the city will be able to evaluate that kind of impact through the CUP process, and if that CUP process will be appealable to council. The second thing I'd like you to ask the city attorney is, does he agree that an environmental impact report would be required for any subsequent action by Metro regarding the densification under SB 79. And the last thing I'd like you to ask him is, does he agree with the current staff interpretation that those 3 stops that were just cited by the prior speaker are excluded from the requirements of SB 79 because those stops go through Magnolia Park and adjacent to Disney and around the cancer area and the high schools, and as the prior speaker said, they're single family. So if you want to get an idea of the heights, think of 2418 West Empire, which is 75 feet high. And you take off the top story, you will get the minimum height that's permitted in the transit-oriented district of 65 feet. And if you want to understand between the 1/4 to a 1/2 mile height of any building allowed under 79, you take off 2 floors of the building at 2814 Empire. So that'll give you an idea of scale and the possibility of shadow casting across the investments that our residents have made in their homes in order to fulfill the objective of the Green New Deal. I think it's really worth the council investigating this and asking the staff to look at it. I want to thank the staff because they did a very good job. And I gave you a list of questions which I hope you will be able to ask tonight so that we can hear some of the answers to these questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Mary O'Hare. Welcome.
Congratulations to Mayor Takahashi, and congratulations to our Vice Mayor. Thank you to the staff for its work ethic and its dedication. Before I address the report briefly, I ask the staff to provide for the citizens of Burbank the actual GPS coordinates of the current stops so that they each can decide whether or not they might be impacted by SB 79. I concur with the sentiments of our former mayor and of Susan, and I would suggest that the mayor also submitted questions in a noontime email to you. Those questions should be answered. It is imperative that the city support Metro and also ask Metro to include in their opposition letters, making sure, sorry, I had computer problems today, that the cleanup language of SB 79 has an effective date of at least the 7th cycle, not this arbitrary date that will not work and cannot work for cities of this July. We all know that two events have occurred, fire and SB 79. These absolutely require a new amended EIR. Such EIR will also tell this city how, and Metro, how fire and SB 79 will, Metro and the city will then be able to take advantage of current fire studies now being conducted. The staff has admitted that this report is speculative and based on assumptions which may later be proven false or may change. I've never seen that statement in a report. And I would suggest, as a former teacher at UCLA Law who covered legislative drafting and legislative interpretation, I could interpret this statute to mean that all, none, or the city's position on stops is correct. I can make that colorable argument.
Thank you.
I will write you further on this and talk to staff.
Thank you. All right, we now have completed our public comment for this report to council. Does staff have any responses to the public comment?
Good evening, Mayor. Yes, we do have a few general responses to the public comments that we received tonight and in advance of this meeting. With respect to some of the proposed recommendations from the public, staff agrees with many of them, and those are the parts of the conversations that we're having with our representatives. With respect to our transit stop analysis, we do want to clarify that we did study many qualifying criteria to understand where SB 79 would be applicable in our city. It's not just based on the name of a project, so just because something is called a BRT doesn't mean it automatically qualifies. There's a lot of other standards that we studied very carefully. And I wanted to just clarify for the public that under SB 79, all of the underlying development standards, aside from height and density, would still apply. So those projects do have to comply with those development standards. It's not a free-for-all, so if there's parking regulations, the project would have to comply with that unless they ask for an exemption under another state law, such as a density bonus project or something similar. And I do want to also clarify for the council that SB 79, again, establishes the height and density, but it doesn't establish a process for which the cities can consider and review these applications. So that's why, in many circumstances, the underlying zoning would determine which review process would be appropriate to process a SB 79 application. And in most cases, that's an AUP with development review or just development review. And with respect to the environmental review as part of those discretionary reviews, the state also recently passed AB 130 and SB 131, which specifically exempt many housing development projects from environmental review. So we anticipate most housing development projects that are submitted in the future will try to comply with that in order to be exempted from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act. And again, we have our staff here if you want to dive a little bit deeper into the STOP analysis. But again, we looked at all of the qualifying criteria very carefully to understand how the definitions apply in Burbank, and what we presented in our staff report and the presentation tonight showed the 3 locations of the Tier 2 stops that we believe are in Burbank. And that's a general response to the questions and comments that we received. If I think of anything else, I'll chime back in.
Great. Okay, thank you. All right, council questions. Yes, Vice Mayor.
I do have a question regarding the speaker that talked about section 65912, and there was some other numbers after that, and I didn't catch all the numbers. Do you know what section is that? And do we have an answer for that question? 65912.
We're looking that up
Okay.
right now. Yeah, it's the definition of a transit-oriented development stop.
Okay.
Which is part of our ongoing conversations with our representatives to more clearly refine those definitions so we have a better understanding of where it applies. Because as the speakers did make fair points that it is widely interpreted in many different ways. So we need clarification on that.
Okay. And Mr. City Attorney?
So first on Ms. Landry's last statement, we actually intend to suggest changes in the definition of stops. It's a poorly worded, I think maybe 50% of people may have a certain interpretation of the definition of what a transit-oriented development stop is, but the language is not clear. So we would first and foremost look for a clear definition of what is a transit-oriented development stop. And we would affirmatively make suggestions with our legislators for those changes. With regard to the environmental review, I would bring the public's attention to page 9 of the staff report, which is page 275 of the agenda packet. The middle paragraph clearly addresses the compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. There are a few dates that are important to this conclusion that SB 79 development densities were not evaluated as part of the Bus Rapid Transit project. The Bus Rapid Transit project was before the council, the draft in 2020. So this is the draft EIR for the North Hollywood to Pasadena Bus Rapid Transit project, came in 2020. The final EIR was before council in 2022. Burbank participated as a responsible agency and gave comments, and those comments were instructive in shaping some of the project alternatives. Importantly, the cooperative agreement was before the council in 2024, and Metro resisted the city's request to incorporate a definition of the project in 2024 in terms of what would be dedicated, what would be mixed flow. Their intention was to leave it flexible. Importantly, we've reviewed the RTP, SCAG's RTP, the 2020 RTP, the 2024 RTP. We've reviewed what Metro labels as the long-term RTIP and the short-term RTIP, and those projects do not appear to include any specific details about the project. Where I'm going is that Council reviewed this project in 2020, 2022, and 2024 and had notable concerns. SB 79 was not adopted until October 10th, 2025. It is later new information. And under the California Environmental Quality Act, the Act specifically says that additional environmental review shall not be conducted unless there's new information which was not known and could not have been known at the time the project was environmentally reviewed under CEQA. That is a trigger for subsequent environmental review. As well, I would note that the BRT, as people see it as a line on a page, because it's a transit line in the public right-of-way. This is Burbank's public right-of-way, and Metro wishes to construct improvements within the public right-of-way. Until SB 79 was adopted, that project had no private property presence. There was no development component attached to the BRT. But as of October 10th, 2025, effective July 1st, 2026, stations that fall within the poorly defined transit-oriented development stop now have a half-mile radius that is a circle with a diameter of a mile with dramatic increases in density. That is a change to the circumstances under which the BRT was originally proposed and intended to be carried out. In other words, the BRT now includes these densities, whether it's one station, whether it's two stations, whether it's six stations. It is a substantial change to the circumstances under which the project is being carried out. So the definition of what is a transit-oriented development project is very important. And the trigger in the statute for the Tier 2 stations that staff discussed and are shown in the maps is whether there's a dedicated lane or not. So today, Metro runs buses in Burbank. Today, Metro could take one of the, I know it is the Orange Line, but I think it's called the G Line now, which runs from Chatsworth all the way to North Hollywood. Those buses can run on Burbank streets. That would be mixed flow operation. But what triggers SB 79 are dedicated lanes at stations. And so it's that dedicated lane that I believe is the trigger for this new density. So the city hasn't yet issued approvals other than cooperating with Metro and reviewing the design. The city has not yet issued its approvals, which made it a responsible agency under CEQA. Those approvals are rights of entry, excavation permits, and encroachment permits for the physical construction. And the city has not yet made those decisions, and in doing so as a responsible agency, it has to rely upon the final EIR adopted by Metro in 2022. And that final EIR does not discuss SB 79 development densities. So on that basis, I think it's important for the city to request that Metro consider subsequent environmental review of its designs that involve any dedicated lanes. As well, I believe SCAG conducts environmental review of its RTP. That RTP doesn't have a detailed definition, but before they adopt these station locations, I think it would be important for SCAG to also consider the environmental impacts of locating these stations that bring this density. It's important because in 2022, the city of Burbank adopted its state-compliant housing element, and this council approved 10,100 additional housing units so it could meet its RENA number of 8,772. And HCD certified that housing element, and importantly, in that EIR, the city found potentially significant and unavoidable impacts for sewer facilities and sewer treatment, and the city adopted mitigation measures to conduct sewer facility constraints analysis, redo the sewer master plan, and start develop the funding mechanism to fund those improvements. Some of those measures are currently underway, and they're importantly currently underway with the specific plans. The specific plans cumulatively will increase the housing yield throughout the city above that 10,100. And the preliminary analysis that should be released within the next couple of weeks with the Media District Specific Plan draft EIR projects significant unavoidable impacts to sewer facilities, sewer conveyance facilities, sewer treatment or wastewater treatment facilities, and the ability to bring new electricity into Burbank, which could require new interconnections or development of new sources within Burbank. We've already identified these constraints based upon our housing goals, and SB 79 is additional growth on top of that, which means it would exacerbate potential significant unavoidable impacts to our utility infrastructure here in Burbank. So we've done that analysis ourselves. It's ready to put on the street and will, within the next week or two, be put on the street with the technical appendices, but we haven't even begun to be able to calculate what the SB 79 densities will be, and then what the incumbent impacts will come from those.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I just want maybe myself or the public to be clear, because the questions come up. BRT itself, meaning just a bus running on Olive on dedicated lane, does not automatically trigger SB 79 in that specific area. Is it the stops that creates the SB 79, or is it just in general BRT running on Olive? And the examples that we're giving, like Sparks and Olive, and some of those corners on Olive that will have a BRT running from Buena Vista all the way to Glen Oaks. Can we be more specific to what would trigger an SB 79?
Well, the statute defines a BRT as a bus rapid transit. So the density emanates from a transit-oriented development stop. So it's a stop on a bus rapid transit system that runs in either full-time dedicated lanes or a separate right-of-way for the BRT. So the separate right-of-way for BRT is that we have an easy example. It's the G line or orange line that runs from Chatsworth to North Hollywood in a former railroad right-of-way. So that's separated. The dedicated lane, again, it's a very unclear definition. I think the reason why staff, and I'll defer to staff, but since I have the microphone and Mr. Kriske can come up, the Glen Oaks segment is proposed to be running in the center of Glen Oaks and more easily full-time dedicated there. But it's not clear whether it applies to the entire network or if there's a dedicated lane only in front of the station. So I defer to Mr. Kriske.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. David Kriske, Assistant Community Development Director, and my staff and I, Mr. Fuentes, were responsible for identifying the stops we thought will be impacted by the law. We put our flag in the sand on what we thought the interpretation will be based on the law and how it's written, but it is not completely clear, and as we talk about, we think there should be some legislative action to clarify it, but we chose the spots we chose because the criteria is dedicated lanes along the BRT. And what's interesting about this law, and which I think is confusing and is unfortunately not a good way to write legislation is in the case of BRT, unlike rail lines, you have to dive down into how the system is being implemented. And so if it seems like it's unclear where we think stops are locating, it's because the lanes and where they start and stop, we think will have an impact on whether the circle is drawn around the stop or not. So, for instance, the media district, the lanes come right up to the stop, but they don't quite serve it. Same with downtown Burbank. So, the stop is not served by dedicated lanes. So that's how we think it will be interpreted. SCAG ultimately makes that decision, and that's why we have also in our recommendations is to really be on top of them to show them why this is not so clear. But there is a little bit of ambiguity in which circle will actually make it because we're relying on the actual design of this project. Again, unlike a rail line where Metro will approve a project, say the stop is here, that's where the platform's going, the circle's drawn, it's easy. We're still working with Metro on where these bus lanes are going to start and stop down to the nitty gritty, and that's why that map is, we have kind of the levels of certainty because we're still in the midst of it. The speaker makes a good point too. There's projects on the ground, we draw the circles. There's pending projects that are adopted in the RTP, as Mr. McDougall stated. The RTP doesn't describe a BRT project like it does a rail project. In the RTP, you have a expo line and you have the stations and it's there. With a BRT, because it's bus lanes, we don't know where they all are. So doesn't work for this description of the legislation. That's another area where we think legislative cleanup needs to happen because it's unclear. So then it falls back to the adopted project and then also the project that ends up being on the ground. And so that's why we're making our best guess, but we also want to give you the range of risk that, yes, it could be more of those depending upon how another agency interprets the law.
So I have another question to add to that. With our the council's vote that we took to allow the Metro to come in for mixed flow, assume SB 79 goes through, well, not assume it's going to go through either way, but as it is, or, we're hoping to make changes to the language. And with the mixed flow, does that qualify then some of the projects for the density for under SB 79, even though it's mixed flow on Olive between Buena Vista and Glen Oaks?
So the way we interpret it, if the project opens with mixed flow, that stop doesn't count. But if the project opens with dedicated lanes, then it would count. We are at disagreement on the middle of Olive and the Olive Sparks Verdugo station as to which plan goes into effect. City Council says mixed flow, Metro says dedicated bus lanes. How that gets implemented will in fact decide whether a circle goes there or not, which is why our staff recommendation and our city attorney recommendation is not to do anything with permits with this project for anything that relates to bus lanes, because that can trigger, depending upon where the bus lanes are, whether those circles get drawn and whether there are density increases in those areas. So we have the disagreement just in the middle stretch. Now we have the disagreement on the whole thing.
So that brings the additional question. In the future with BRT, so assume all this goes through, I want to look, future where we said they can turn the mixed flow into dedicated lane once we reach the ridership of 17,000 plus. So assume all this goes through and 5 years from now we reach the ridership. What is the dynamic? How does that all change with SB 79? The current, language we're looking at? I know, the city attorney talked about an EIR. Either way, we need to get that because of the implication of what's happening right now with SB 79. Are we going to look also in the future and see BRT goes through, mixed flow, then 5 years from now, the riderships go up? How is that going to impact?
So our legal strategy to address what's happening now is to address what may happen when the project goes in. You make a very good point, and it's a reason why I believe that this legislation is crafted in a way that doesn't apply well to BRT. So when you're building and planning land use around a rail station, the rail station is pretty fixed. It's going to be there for 50, 100 years. BRT that's not in dedicated right-of-way, like the G line, again, it's like a rail line. It's just on the street with striping and stations that can come in and out based on subsequent discussions or subsequent decisions made by either Metro or a local agency. To plan density around those kind of ephemeral situations is probably not a good idea. Because it's not a fixed station, it's something that's just paint and striping, which is why we are recommending pursuing legislative fix for that as well, that maybe BRT striped on a street is not the intent, should not be the intent of this legislation, because it's not a rail station that's going to be there forever. So you're very correct in pointing out that we have the issue of what it's going to happen when it opens, but our position is actually we will reconsider if ridership goals are met. We will reconsider adding lanes in the future. Well, we've thrown a whole new dynamic potentially into that now, which is why we think that potentially legislation should come in to adjust how this law refers to BRTs striped on the street.
Thank you. So a lot of things to think about as we dive into this. So thank you for explaining that. And I want to ask Amanda and staff, have we, and I'm going to assume that we haven't, but are we planning on looking at a different alternative for to shift from residential unit capacity from single family residential parcels to maybe mixed use parcels? So to give an example, actually one of our residents who sent an email regarding the city of Beverly Hills. And I listened to their discussion today, and it was, they decided to shift the density in a different area where it was more multifamily units and more commercial than in the middle of a single family home. Are we planning on looking at that in the future?
We have tentatively looked at that concept. One of the things to consider is that to shift the density, and we can't even shift all of the anticipated density out of the single family zones, we'd have to put them somewhere else. So they're located in general proximity to the downtown TOD or the media district specific plan. So we'd have to revise those plans to encompass a larger area and pull those single family homes into those plans because they're currently not in the plan areas. And that would require us redoing all of the plan environmental analysis, which again is only for those plan areas, for some limited benefits, because again, we can only shift about 50% of the SB 79 density off of those. So that's something we did look into, and we have looked at the city of Beverly Hills options. We are aware that they put that plan together relatively quickly, and it has not been approved by HCD. So we don't know if that plan will pass muster. So we're keeping tabs on it to see how that shakes out. But for our city in particular, where we believe the tier 2 stops will exist under SB 79, we'd have to expand our specific plan areas to encompass those. I think in the presentation I mentioned there's just under 300 single family parcels. Pull them into there, and then was to require about a year's worth of additional analysis for those plans.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could just supplement that, I think it's important to note not only ideas that staff is considering and intends to address with our lobbyists, but also the community. I believe it was Ms. O'Carroll submitted a 10-page listing of legislative changes. While some of these changes are complicated and we need to understand all of the implications. Some of them, for instance, pursuing a legislative fix that says SB 79 should only apply to cities without a certified housing element. That would be a solution that would apply only to those cities who haven't come up with plans to meet their RHNA. In other words, we came up, the city spent considerable resources to achieve a RHNA, and we had one of the first, I think, 10 certified housing elements in the state. And to have this SB 79 basically disrupt that plan while we're trying to adopt 4 specific plans to truly satisfy maybe even our next arena is very disruptive. So under that scenario, if we were successful in getting a legislative fix that said SB 79 shall apply in cities that do not have a certified housing element, almost as a fix, right? Because they didn't come up with the housing themselves, well then we wouldn't want to come up with an alternative plan that already upzones a lot of areas without CEQA analysis. And so that an idea like that and others might have a lot of merit where we're not forced in a position of having to upzone areas that aren't part of our current planning processes.
Thank you. You talked and you touched on our infrastructure and the impact that would have on our utilities, the services, our sewer lines, and I'm assuming at some point staff is going to come back and include information on the cost that we have to incur to upgrade our infrastructure if we must. I'm assuming we're going to have to at a certain point. And also the future impact on the budgetary impact if we have to upgrade, and are we able to upgrade? And is that something that it will be discussed with our legislators to show what the cost would be, and then also the impact on our infrastructure that cannot withstand as it is right now?
So the environmental review for the Media District specific plan it will be the first document to hit the street within the next couple of weeks. And CEQA requires a cumulative project analysis when you undertake project level analysis. And so for purposes of our specific plan, the cumulative project are all 4 of the specific plans. It's really downtown, Golden State specific plan, and Media District that have the growth numbers in it. And so that first analysis that comes out, they're all based upon the same sewer capacity study. So that's an appendix to the EIR. Once it comes out, those technical studies will be part of the public record. So the estimate on, we haven't yet looked at where processes would exactly be upgraded at our current Burbank water reclamation plant. But the current kind of ballpark estimate is $115 million to do the housing element upgrades. We have a preferred project alternative and an increased growth alternative for housing in the CEQA analysis. And the estimates go as high as $400 to $700 million just for wastewater treatment plant improvements over the next couple decades. We really don't have a choice but to identify those impacts as significant and unavoidable, because those sort of capital facilities can't really be planned, implemented, property acquisition if necessary within the 10-year planning horizon of the specific plan. So the first analysis that comes out and Burbank has been doing this work on the specific plans. That's the answer why these plans take so long, is that the specific plan law requires an infrastructure element. And so we've done our utmost to identify those impacts so council's aware when they make the decision. So anyway, that will be out, and we're looking anywhere from 115 million up to 700 million, depending upon the bracket of growth. The increased development alternative is there for comparison, and it's important, even more so in hindsight, when you look at the state trying to preempt us, our land use planning, and drop, really supercharged development throughout the city. But that analysis isn't suited for the SB 79 transit-oriented development stops because it's in a different location. And this analysis, the maps that the public will be able to see, actually identifies segments of the sewer conveyance system that will be impacted. Almost 4 miles of sewer main will have to be upgraded in addition to treatment capacity.
Okay. One last question, and let everybody else take over. The current development impact fees, the developer pays that to the city. But I'm wondering, under SB 79, do they also pay the full development impact fees, or is there a different? Because is that funds we could be losing if under SB 79?
All housing development proposed pursuant to SB 79 or anywhere else in the city under any other provision is subject to our development impact fees. As Mr. City Attorney discussed at length in his prior response, we are doing some utility studies and analysis, and our Public Works Department and our Burbank Water and Power are going to be looking at our future utility needs and adjusting our development impact fees pursuant to the city's projected needs. So those will be adjusted moving forward, and that work has been started as part of the specific plans. So yes, all projects will pay their fair share, and we are looking at adjusting those fees appropriately.
Including an SB 79 project.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember Rosati.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the staff report. Was there any discussion about aligning ourselves with LA Metro and the Tri-Cities to oppose SB 677?
Yes, there are efforts to do so. Staff has an internal working group with Pasadena and Glendale. We share many of the same sentiments. We are looking at proposing and recommending many of the same policy fixes for the law. Metro itself, as I mentioned in the presentation, came out pretty strongly saying that they oppose SB 79 because it inadvertently discourages people from accepting new transit or wanting to have new transit opportunities. So that's kind of a basis of a large part of their opposition. So there is alignment with our partners, our Tri-Cities and our regional planning agencies.
And us.
Yeah. So Metro and the SCAG.
And then July 1, 2026 is not far away. And there's a lot of moving parts with this. I think it would be prudent if we had like updates every couple of weeks as to what's happening with this, because there seems to be changes like weekly.
The state legislature is making changes and developing various drafts of the proposed amendments. That proposed amendment for SB 609, right? That one could be adopted prior to July. It's written into that bill that it could be adopted prior to the effective date of SB 79. So we can keep the council appraised of all those changes. I can't speak to how often. That would be up to the city manager.
Obviously, if it's direction of the council, if a majority wants to have timely reports, you guys could set every 2 weeks, every week, whatever you'd like. And you just provide us that direction and we'll get you updates.
So provided.
Every week, every 2 weeks?
If you have updates every week, that would be great. If not, then in my opinion, whenever you have it, we need to get that information.
I would suggest to include that in whatever motion.
I think it's 2 weeks, not every week.
Yeah.
And I do want to point out sorry to interrupt, I do want to point out we do get updates pretty regularly from the California Public Policy Group, which is formerly Emmanuel Jones and Associates, so Kira Ross. So she provides updates on those pretty regularly, which I believe the council is copied on.
Yeah.
That was my question. Who is the California Public Policy Group?
So that's the new name for our state advocacy group. It used to be Ken Emanuel's or Emmanuel Jones, and they have since changed their name and transitioned to whatever that was.
California Public Policy Group.
And then on the staff report on page 12, where it talks about, can we get a list of the comprehensive amendments, clarifications that was listed on there? Is that list somewhere?
We don't have a formal list because a lot of this has been done through negotiation and discussion, but I can broadly summarize for the council what we're currently looking at. We are looking at asking for clarification on effective dates, clarification on alternative plan details, clarification on general applicability, site eligibility language modifications. There's questions about whether or not this applies to industrial zoned areas. We're looking at differentiation between residential and non-residential FAR because some of the language may imply that this law will allow more non-residential FAR. We're asking for additional definitions specifically related to the BRT, as we discussed earlier in this presentation. And then we're going to be asking for a differentiation and more specific language in the exemptions of SB 79 related to the very high fire hazard severity zone, rather than refer back to standards from another state law, SB 35. So have it more specific to SB 79.
Okay.
And then this is in addition to our conversations with Metro and SCAG.
Then last question, was there a consideration of having an interim control ordinance as an alternative plan?
So we haven't considered that because under the provisions of SB 79, there's a lot of strict requirements for adopting a delayed effectuation ordinance, which is similar to what an IDCO would be, or a simple ordinance or the alternative plan. So there's a lot of strings attached that don't provide a lot of benefit to Burbank, and the time frame in which we would need to get it approved is very difficult to meet. So we believe that pursuing the legislative fixes while we continue our conversations with Metro and SCAG is more beneficial because of the other options just don't have, either we don't qualify for it, like I mentioned in the staff report presentation, or there is just not a lot of benefit to it for the trade-off.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Anthony, do you have any questions? So you don't have to come up with one if you don't have one. Okay. If something comes up. Okay. All right. A lot of my questions were already answered. I do have a few more. So in the advocacy that it seems like all the cities, SCAG, Metro, Cal Cities, everybody is advocating for cleanup for this. When would we expect to know what the amendments ultimately will be? When would we get the results of what the cleanup bill would look like?
I'm not sure the exact date because it's a evolving process and they haven't set like a formal adoption. So we would have to depend on our advice from the California Public Policy Group on when we could expect to get some more certainty as to what the final bill will look like. But before that, we've been receiving advice from them on when to submit our comments, when to strategically submit our comments to them. So we're following that direction.
Okay, so the cleanup process doesn't follow the regular legislative calendar. It's its own.
That doesn't necessarily have to follow it because they specifically mentioned that it could be adopted prior to the normal legislative session, which is like October, end of the year.
But it's possible, I'm going to guess it's going to take at least a couple months to get all cleanup going through.
Yeah, there are many cities and other stakeholders that are submitting comments, and our representatives have to wade through all of that and come up with like a final product.
So any thoughts or has any discussion been around what happens if the cleanup bill is adopted either right before July or after July? And if that happens, is the July due, like what happens with that July date?
Yeah, so the city efforts that we're currently engaged in, which were mentioned in the presentation in the staff report, mainly the specific plans, we're hoping to have at least one, possibly two of those specific plans already in effect by July. And at that time, I mentioned in the presentation that we're building in policies that we hope will incentivize using our local process and our local regulations over SB 79 or AB 2011 or SB 35.
Okay. I'm thinking more of like at kind of the legislative level, like how do cities even comply with legislation that is in the middle of being cleaned up or has just been cleaned? So do you have any sense of that? Or
some of it's just your best guess, right?
Yeah. Wow. Okay. And this is a city attorney question. So this seems like maybe a simple question or naive question, but is it even legal to have the state to require such massive changes in such a short amount of time for cities and not allow us to have that time to adjust to the new legislation?
That's a really good question. So City of Los Angeles has I think they have a lot of staff. They put out a 28-page report on the impacts of this to Los Angeles, including the billions of dollars of infrastructure funding shortfall. But that's something that I would discuss with council in closed session.
Yeah, okay. That's a question I have that, when it's, now I guess theoretically looking at the timeline, I guess you could maybe fathom getting all our ducks in a row before July, but the closer we get, it's such an unreasonable ask for all of the cities, all of us to do this so quickly. And I think we're in a more fortunate position that we probably could scramble a little better than some of the other cities, but some other cities wouldn't be able to do it at all. So that's it just seems like there's a legal question there of implementation of the.
Well, for sure, SB 79 is inconsistent with the mandate for a housing element. There's no point in the city preparing a housing element and getting it certified by HCD to meet our regional housing needs number, and then have the state, regardless of us meeting our obligation under RENA, to then identify these super circles of development when we've already met our legal obligation.
Right.
So there is a massive inconsistency that the state would overreach despite our infrastructure constraints and without asking. The city would never be able to adopt land use plan like this without going through a multi-year CEQA process. So that the fact that the state could impose it upon us is shocking.
Right. So I definitely have that question to continue to have that in the air during discussions, because that, I think, is one to seriously consider for all of us, all of the cities to consider. So SCAG is ultimately the one who will determine, has the task of determining whether the various BRT stops are qualified, right? TODs, okay. So has SCAG done their analysis yet? Do they have any, concept of like what their interpretation is? I mean, we have ours.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, you said SCAG is going to determine whether or not?
Right.
Is that in the bill? SB
Yes.
79 says SCAG is going to determine each
They are
individual
respons-
location, or they're going to determine what?
So they're responsible for publishing a map, the final map. of
Oh,
applicability.
I see.
Yeah.
All right. But, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. That map can be challenged, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
So,
That's a question, one of the questions I had was, and that was answered about SCAG being basically the ultimate determiner of whether the stops are interpreting the law.
I mean, I would hesitate to say that, because if it goes to court, then the judge is the ultimate determiner, right? So.
Yeah, I don't know, that's a big question, right? And so, but has SCAG done an analysis? Do we at least know where they stand on these?
I'm going to ask Senior Transportation Planner Marcos Fuentes to chime in.
Thank you, Mayor Takahashi, for that question. At this time, we've initiated conversations with SCAG to see where they are at with this, with the process of producing these maps. We understand that they are going to be communicating with transit agencies and jurisdictions to make sure that they look at these different projects and transit qualifiers the right way. But all they've said is that they are going to start soon in the early part of this year, so there's no clear timeline at this point. But our plan is to continue nudging them and continue the communication so that they understand what our interpretation of the BRT is under the bill.
Wow, what a mess this is. Yeah.
So they're going to make these maps with the help of Metro. Metro gives them input and helps them determine how many lanes or what buses are coming through. Like, they have to give them their information. Is that correct?
We don't have that information or what their methodology will be. All the information we have right now is that SCAG is a local MPO is responsible for publishing the maps, and that projects are in their RTP would be in the map.
Did we mention earlier that Metro did take a position, or what was their exact position on this? They're submitting language to clean up the bill, or they're just?
Yeah, so I think what we're referring to is last week, I believe, there's Metro staff presented a recommendation to their board that Metro, with a list of recommendations that stated that Metro should be exempted from SB 79 altogether.
LA County.
Yes. That is,
Yeah.
Okay.
all of LA Metro should be exempted from the bill.
Okay.
Because all the BRTs are through Metro, so it would be.
Oh.
Yeah, so all the BRTs are through Metro, so basically, they're asking the BRTs to be exempt because they're Metro projects.
Rail, right? We talked
Yeah.
about that. Hard rail built into the ground. Okay. Right. Bay Area pilot. Okay.
Okay, so there's an even added extra element there. Okay, let's say the timeline works out, that the cleanup bill gets figured out. Then after the cleanup bill gets figured out, then SCAG needs to do their analysis and figure out what each stop is, and then let us know. So there's even more timeline after the adoption of the cleanup that it's going to take SCAG however long it's going to take to find out what our stops even are.
That's correct. And HCD itself is supposed to come up with some guidelines for cities to follow, but we are not sure that'll come out before July.
What a mess.
So-
Okay. Wow, that is just wow. It's just wow. Yeah. Yes, Councilmember Rosati.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Are we or have we formally asked for an updated EIR for BRT?
No, we were targeting this meeting to brief council, and then we will proceed to engage with both Metro and with SCAG.
So that'll be a motion tonight, and we will do that.
You
Follow
can
on that.
absolutely make it part of your motion.
Great.
Yes.
Follow up on that comment. So that request for an EIR, what's the best timing on that too? Because is the request now for an additional EIR the right timing, or do we wait to see until the cleanup bill and what actually happens with SB 79 and all that before we ask?
So under the cooperative agreement that we executed, we have been working with Metro to review plans and provide them with our comments. I believe staff is reviewing another set of plans from Metro, and it would be appropriate to provide them those comments now. I wouldn't assume that there's going to be delay in the process at this point. The city needs to take decisive action with July 1st in mind. And so it behooves us to give the lead agency for the project the opportunity to conduct, I wouldn't call it an EIR straight out, it's called subsequent environmental review. It's likely it could be a subsequent environmental impact report. They have the obligation under law, if they don't believe the environmental review is adequate for the project that they've now designed. Likewise, and regardless of what they think, CEQA puts the obligation on a responsible agency that if we do not believe the environmental review is adequate because of changed circumstances under which the project's being carried out, or new information that was not known and could not have been known at the time we participated, and as I said earlier, that's 2020 and 2022, then the law requires us to prepare that subsequent environmental review. The purpose of CEQA is to let the public know what the impacts are of decisions that public agencies make. And so it could be that the issuance of rights of entry, encroachment permits, or excavation permits for dedicated lanes that trigger SB 79 create those densities. They'll argue, well, it's already in the RTP, so it's already triggered. But the RTP, as I said, the RTP and the long-range RTIP and short-range RTIP, none of those have detail sufficient to actually determine whether this poor definition of transit-oriented development stops actually applies. All the planning to make that determination came after the CEQA review, and now we have SB 79 densities. So that needs, the time is now.
Okay, that was.
And depending upon their response, then we likely have our own independent obligation to conduct that review.
Okay. So mentioned earlier that the dedicated lane is the trigger for the BRT from how we interpret it, our analysis. What about not a full-time dedicated lane? If it's somehow like a, part-time or only certain times of the day, does that also trigger, or is it only a full-time dedicated lane, as far as we can tell?
I'm closest to the microphone. The language is full-time dedicated lane or separate right-of-way. It's not a separate right-of-way, so the only trigger would then be full-time dedicated lanes.
Got it.
I know that years ago when they did an express bus, I think on Wilshire and perhaps other areas of the town, they had peak hour dedicated lanes. And there's other ways that Metro has kind of done these projects. But as I stated earlier, there's nothing that prevents them from running a bus on Olive today without redoing the striping.
Right, okay. And then looking at this analysis, we're focusing a lot on the BRT, which is important because it would definitely have an impact. But even without, let's say, we do mixed flow and it doesn't trigger, there's still an impact, right? SB 79 still impacts us because of the Metrolink stations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So even without the BRT being, let's say it doesn't trigger and that doesn't get impacted, we still have quite a bit of work to do for both the downtown area and the Golden State area, right, for those 3 stations. Is that correct?
Currently, we only believe that the downtown Burbank Metrolink station qualifies as a Tier 2 transit stop. That station is largely within the boundaries of the downtown transit-oriented development specific plan. So we are already contemplating higher densities in that general proximity. So it's possible, like I mentioned before, that even with the effective date of SB 79 in July, that plan could be in place, which would incentivize using the local process over that option, because it would just be more streamlined and give substantially similar benefit to the applicants.
Okay, so either way, that station for sure, there's work to be done around that to get that cleaned up for ourselves. Okay.
Unless legislatively, we can have SB 79 only apply to cities without a certified housing element.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Okay, that was one question I had. I'm glad you answered it already. Okay, just a couple more. So it was mentioned, one of the speakers mentioned the 10-unit affordable housing loophole. So help me understand that. So what I heard her say was that the affordable housing requirement does not kick in until after 10 units. So this potentially could cause incentive for developers in the residential R1 areas to build up to 10 units on, like, say, a standard R1 plot without having to put any affordable housing in because SB 79. Is that would you say that's an accurate interpretation of what that is? Or
That's correct. Under SB 79, the affordability requirements kick in over 10 units. Below that, the SB 79 doesn't apply any affordability requirements. Any requirements under the local agency would still apply. I can defer to my colleague Greg, senior planner, to clarify a little bit more on that.
Thanks, Amanda. Greg Mirzavakin, senior planner, DDD Planning. So the local inclusionary ordinance that we have in place since 2006 would still apply. So depending on if the project is a for sale or a rental project, the requirements are slightly different, but it's still, the trigger is 5 units, 5 or more units. So that supersedes SB 79's trigger for affordability requirements. And those requirements are actually higher. So it's 15% of the base density. For SB 79, it's a tiered approach depending on the level of affordability. I believe it's 7, 9, and 13 or something along those lines. So our local requirements are more stringent and they still apply.
Okay, so we still can have our own affordability requirements here. SB 79 doesn't take that away. Even if SB 79 does not require it, we still have our own local, that still apply, okay, great. So that concern, fortunately, we have some level of control around that. Okay, great. Okay, so those are all my questions. Any other questions from council before we move on to discussion? Okay. Would anyone like to start off the discussion? Councilmember Anthony.
We have 3 recommendations from staff here, and I'd like to work backwards. The third recommendation is to keep working to make sure we can implement something by July 1st. Now, we don't know what SB 79 is going to look like, even if there is a fix-it bill. But we know it's not going to go away, so there's going to be something. We have to adopt something with SB 79. So I'm in support of 3 because we have to move forward with something. And that takes staff time. And so knowing that we have to do 3, I'm opposed to number 1, which is to direct staff to find fixes for SB 79. For 2 reasons. 1, we have 4 specific plans that we're working on, and we have to figure out how we're implementing it. Our staff are great staff, but they're not going to come up with new magic ideas that Metro staff isn't going to come up with, that the legislators who have their own staff are going to come up with. Beverly Hills, we already said, is working on something like that. So instead of number 1, what I'd like to do is instead direct our state legislators to consider what Metro's position already is. And the main reason why, we are right now working on the largest, transit project in Burbank since the red car came through. And we're working with Metro, and that's our partner on this. So I think instead of us trying to come up with our own cleanup language, we have a letter from Metro saying this is the fixes that we need. So we should just simply support them, say, yes, we agree with you. We're going to take your letter and we're going to pass that up the chain to our state reps. I think it's the simplest thing. We get our point across. I like the fixes that they're putting in there. And that's our main partner right now with this transit project. So I think it does twofold for us. It gets language out there and it gets support from Metro who we're working with. And we have something substantive to send up. And we're not wasting staff time. Because at the end of the day, they may sit here and spend 2 or 3 weeks or months on this and come up with the exact same fixes. I do like number 2, though. We should continue having this conversation with SCAG. We should absolutely continue the conversation with Metro. That's fine. And so I'm putting that out there that instead of number 1, where we take the time, we just sign on to this letter. It's already out there. We know them. We've worked with them on projects. I think they are a competent agency that understands this massive change, especially what's happening with all the work we've done with them. Not just us, but Glendale and all along Colorado Boulevard into Pasadena. So I'm just putting that out there.
Great, thank you. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I understand what you're saying about staff time, but number 1 actually does say direct staff to pursue cleanup language via the legislative process in coordination with the applicable state representatives. So meaning they're going to work on cleanup language with our legislative representatives to make sure the language, all these questions that we've had and the public has, that information, they're going to look at what language we need to clean up, and also based on our housing element, based on our, I just found out we have different language that says that prompt after 5 units, you have to have affordable housing versus SB 79 that says after 10 units. So that language has to be somehow cleaned up to be presented to our legislators in Sacramento. So I think it's important to allow the staff the time, which they're going to be doing, to clean up the language, work with our legislators to say, well, here's our language, here's your language, and what can we do to make it whole? So, I mean, I'm just throwing it out there, and I'm okay with their number one.
I get that. I think it's just if instead of them having to go through that whole process, they simply sign on to what's already been put out. You see what I'm saying? It's sort of like taking the leap over that and just saying, okay, instead of us going through and analyzing and spending that time, we'll just jump onto that's all. That's my
Sure. I'm going to leave that to the city manager to decide. Well, so I obviously I want to make a statement and also direction to what I'd like to see personally. Here we go again with Sacramento making decisions on our behalf. I mean, I don't know how many times we've sat here as council members expressing concerns about what Sacramento does, and I keep on asking the questions every time I see them. It's like, who's best to really make decisions for our local government? Is it Sacramento, or is it the 5 council members that have been elected to do the work of Burbank, which really is very frustrating because the community is here looking at us to change a law that the state put together without our input, and it came to us as a surprise. And so, we have to be very demanding, very firm with our legislators to let them know that this is completely unacceptable. That all the cities, I mean, I've watched other meetings, and, I sit on Arroyo Verdugo committee, and all of us are expressing the same concerns about this coming to us and allowing us only, 8 months to come up with a plan and look at BRT and look at our housing and look at our infrastructure. It's really unbelievable that they expect this language to be just adopted, implemented, and said, sure, go ahead, and then destroy our neighborhoods, basically. Our single family that we take pride of neighborhood that would be destroyed. So it is very frustrating. I share all of you, your frustration, your concerns, and I do appreciate all of you who emailed us, who came here, to express your concerns, because we share it, and we're going to try to do our best to see what we can do to clean this language and protect our city. So for me, I'd like to see letters, like very firm letter. Are we going, city manager, you're looking like you have something to say, and I could read that vibe. Go. Yes, I'll go ahead and stop. Go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, if I could. So I apologize for interrupting deliberation here, but I just wanted to make it clear, just in hearing kind of the initial recommendation as far as dealing with the state and the Metro letter. Metro's interests are not totally in line with ours. So I think that's, I do want to go on record with that as far as a dedicated lane, and I don't really think they care if we have a certified housing element. So we are actually, so I would want to tailor any discussion to, related to specifically to our Burbank interests. And just for, if it hasn't been brought up already, we are meeting, we have meetings set up right now with both the Senate Housing Committee representatives as well as the Senate Local Government representatives, I think next week. So, I mean, we could do a letter, but we are actually meeting with them to discuss these things. So,
and we don't have to do a letter for our legislative discussions, right? That if we adopt something tonight, they'll be able to move forward with it.
Certainly. I mean, what we would like to do is gather your input and make sure that whatever the direction is, that we go up there and meet with them and be working on what those interests are that you have articulated. So I just want to make it clear, though, that Metro and us, while we share a lot of concerns, they are not the same, especially related to dedicated lane and the housing element. So.
And I believe our lobbyists who I think helped set those meetings up, they said they want to hear the local experiences of the jurisdictions. One of you had made a comment about what Beverly Hills is doing. Maybe it was Madam Mayor or Vice Mayor. Well, Burbank is doing 4 specific plans. We have a compliant housing element, and we've created thresholds for housing goals for the next 10 to 20 to even 30 years, and we've analyzed the infrastructure impacts. I don't know that another city has such recent analysis on what the constraints are for their system. So that may be important to hear as well, that they hear our experience and hear where we are in the process of reaching beyond our arena and how disruptive this new Senate bill is.
So,
Thank you.
So I just want to clear that. We don't exactly agree with Metro on everything. We don't exactly agree with Beverly Hills on everything. So what you're suggesting on number 1, on the first recommendation, is we're putting together the things that Burbank is dealing with and the things that SB 79 is going to affect specifically for what? Not generally, like, hey, we think this bill is problematic for this, that, and the other thing, but it's giving them exact tangible things that are happening here in the city that it will directly affect. That's what you're saying.
Yes, as an example, I mentioned Los Angeles put together, I think it was a 28-page analysis. Well, Los Angeles has every existing line already running through its jurisdiction. They have some mixed flow, but they have a vast network of dedicated lines. They're affected very differently than Burbank. We have 3 train stations, one of which appears very clearly to fall within SB 79. And then we have a proposed bus rapid transit that will run mixed flow, probably unlike anything that LA has, because LA's system is so mature. So our input necessarily would be different.
Okay.
Yeah, and thank you for that, Mr. City Attorney and the City Manager. And I think it's very important that we also share our own experience of what the consequences of our infrastructure and the cost that we would incur as a result of SB 79. So that is our own experience, because as the City Attorney said earlier, we're not prepared for additional housing to come in high density, to come in and put that impact on our infrastructure. It's going to cost us a lot more money. And I think that needs to be said either in the letters or in your meetings, because that would have an impact on our budget. It's going to have an impact on what we move forward, what services we're going to continue having if we have to spend millions of dollars in adding new sewer lines, adding electric, adding water, and whatever else we need. So this is very important. And to me, I'm really requesting for very firm letters. I don't know how many times I can say firm, and very demanding, that letters to be sent to Senator Wiener, Senator Menjivar, Assembly Member Nick Schultz, and even our governor, because he did sign it after all. And the language needs to express a complete opposition of SB 79 and SB 677. I believe I saw somewhere also in our emails opposition letters that went from other cities in regards to SB 677. Yeah. I also would like to see that we ask not only for language to be changed, the fact that I know Metro, maybe this one thing I agree with them on, that this should be kept in San Francisco, out of LA County as a whole. I mean, that would be great if we don't have it here in LA County, SB 79. But if we can't do it, at least an extension, at least, a year, 2, 3, I don't know what, we see fit to make sure that we're not implementing this as of July of this year. So at least we see that they extend the deadline, so we're not having to make those decisions quickly. In addition to that, beside the letters, at some point, we need to see what the cost is going to be for our infrastructure and the impact on our services. I mean, the public has to know, look, if we're going to add additional sewer lines or water, and this is something down the future, but we need to see what the costs are going to be, and identify how are we going to get the cost, how are we going to get paid for the cost, and what services are we going to cut? I don't know. And as Councilmember Rizzotti said earlier, I have it here too, is we need to have council updates. And I'm not going to say every week, every 2 weeks. I think you got the message about how often we need to do it, because if there is change, if there is information, then we need to have the public be aware, and we need to hear that. And of course, request the EIR to Metro. Either way, I'm in total agreement that this needs to be forward, and things have changed, the dynamic has changed, and we really have to have the EIR to Metro. Thank you. Those are my requests.
Okay. Councilmember Rosati.
Got them all, checked all the boxes. Subsequent environmental review.
Yes, that's the last.
So ditto, okay.
Yes.
All right, so, yeah. Councils across Southern California are all scrambling, right? I was at Cal Cities last week, and that was like, there are two topics of conversation, and SB 79 was one of them that everyone was talking about. I heard from nobody, oh, this is great, thank you. Everyone is scrambling, everyone's unhappy. And the thing is that, to Vice Mayor's point about, Sacramento taking away our local control, the thing about city councils, and most of you here is preaching to the choir, is that the vast majority of our role in each city is land use and planning. That's what mainly we're here for. And so for there to be such a sweeping legislation that takes away so much of our ability to determine land use, it's just striking to me. I get it. There's a real push to build housing. And I admit, as a resident of Burbank for a long time, and I know now someone who sits on council, that we, for many years, did drag our feet on building housing. And it's did many, many cities, right? It's expensive to build housing. It's a challenging process. And so I understand the intent in general of Sacramento wanting to incentivize and push us, as all of us in cities, to do the things we need to do in order to build housing. So for that, I understand the intent. So many of us, many cities, have done that. We have changed the way we process housing. We have done specific plans. We've changed our planning and our land use. We've adjusted and done our housing elements in order to create this more of an environment where we are bringing in housing actively, and we're wanting housing to be here. So for us to have done all this work, and for us to be on this path, and then be told, well, you know what, that doesn't matter. We're just going to do what we're going to do anyway. We're just going to take over anyway. What's the point? Why work so hard to figure out our housing situation if the state's going to just do it anyway? And I think that, for us, we're kind of still ramping up quite a bit, getting our, specific plans together. But we are very, very clearly in the process. But there are other cities who are ahead of us. Like, I think of Glendale, who was ahead of us in building housing. And even they are losing their agency. Even they who have done everything right. They didn't have to even do SB 35 because they have built so much housing, they got SB 35. And yet even then, they have to abide by this. So really, this is a question of ultimately, it's who determines how we use our land, and I think this is an encroachment on that. Ultimately, this is not a nudge. This is not a hey, build more housing. This is not a incentive. This is forget it. We're taking it over fully, and it's just frustrating. I think also the timeline is completely unrealistic. It's almost as if I question: do they understand how cities operate? And I'm wondering, through our stories that we've been telling tonight, when we're doing advocacy, I'm really glad we're telling these stories, and please continue to tell the stories to the folks in Sacramento of how cities work, how we make this all happen, so that it's not just about like a philosophical or political position, but a practical on the ground application of how we do work in the city. And that conversation needs to happen. So overall, I am in support of really pressing for delayed implementation and delay the requirement for having this all done to give us time. I really like and support the really only requiring this of cities that don't have a housing element or haven't been building housing. And then I also like the perspective and the potential of removing the part about just paint on a street BRT versus a full dedicated BRT. I think that's smart. It makes it less volatile as a legislation. It's more, when you build an entire BRT out with with actual separated space, that's time, it's consistent, it's solid, whereas just painting a street is just could be moving really quickly and change things quickly. I'm still questioning the legal aspect of it, of whether it's even legal to require this of us so quickly and what it's requiring. And I also agree that even though, as most of you know, I am an absolute transit supporter, I'm a transit advocate, I believe in the BRT. I really hope that we can get the BRT through, but we can't do it without really recognizing the impact that this new regulation is going to have on when we implement the BRT. So asking for a supplemental environmental review, and I would absolutely crush my heart to see SB 79, which has the intent to build housing, be the thing that makes us not get a bus through our city, and a good bus. And then whether it's a BRT or not, to get a good solid bus line that gets us across the valley. And so I want to do everything I can to be able to maintain our local control and to have agency over our process and have our bus come through. I really want that. So I think it's pretty close to ditto, but it's my own version of ditto, I think.
I want to add something to what you said about Sacramento and the legislators and understanding how the cities work.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them came from these seats. So I say shame on you, not you, but shame on you, Sacramento, that the difficulties we go through here, sitting on this dais, having to face our residents and having to destroy our neighborhoods. And you continue doing this over and over and over. We have AB 2011 that could be down the street from an SB 79. We have SB 35, and God knows how many. Amanda can sit here and name them all for me. But you sit in these seats and you understand the impact on our community, and it still happens. Every year we have something new that puts a huge impact on our community. So
yeah, and one of the things I've said for a long time too is that I understand, again, the housing, but the process to do this from Sacramento should be a partnership with us. It should be us working together to build housing together, not taking it over. Councilmember Rosado, you have some thoughts.
I am so happy to see you guys fired up, because you are exactly where I was 8 years ago when Ms. Landry was presenting ADUs, and I kept saying this is a slippery slope. They're taking away our property rights, and I'm so glad to see everybody fired up and pushing back and understanding that this is a destruction of our city and they're taking away our rights. Why sit here when you can just post this in the town square and say, these are the new rules? You don't need us. That's why we have a general plan. That's why we have planning. That's why we have a planning department. So I am so glad that everyone is fired up about this.
Yeah. All right, did you have any final thoughts?
I mean, I probably still won't support item 1, but that's fine.
So speaking of that, did staff get a good sense of what the direction that council, so how would you like us to do a motion, or, yeah, he's got it, okay.
We'll see what comes out. So the recommendation is, as modified by council's deliberations here, is direct staff to pursue cleanup language for SB 79 via the legislative process in coordination with applicable state representatives, including sending very firm letters to all of our local representatives, state representatives, including the governor, concerning the impacts of SB 79. Number two, direct staff to continue to pursue discussions with SCAG regarding official SB 79 eligibility maps and with Metro regarding potential impacts to North Hollywood, Pasadena bus rapid transit, and send letters to both regarding the necessity to prepare subsequent environmental review on the impacts of SB 79. And number three, direct community development department staff to revise and update the housing development process to ensure there's a timely and efficient processing of housing development applications consistent with SB 79. And the fourth bullet on Ms. Landry's slide was to continue on the current course with all specific plans so that the city can complete the analysis and bring those land use proposals before council.
Yeah, Councilmember.
Is it too much trouble to separate each of those and take a vote? Or do we have to vote on the whole thing?
That's a question for your colleagues.
I'm comfortable with 2, 3, and 4, and I would just vote against number 1. Would you guys feel comfortable doing them separately? Is that all right?
I'm happy to split it if it's okay with the city attorney.
Let's split it for the number 1 and then the rest.
Real quick, too, we would also then, council directed us to provide regular reports, so we would provide regular reports as well.
Yeah.
And enjoy the opposition. Excuse me. Enjoy. What was the opposition with Metro and Tri-Cities? Do we put
We
that in
would
there?
continue our work, I think, with the Tri-Cities.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And with the letter also, in all the letters include asking for an extension, or that's too much details? Because we would need, in the discussion, we would need to have an extension.
So we have, internally, we have already been talking about amendments that staff, so in addition to the letters are letters to the representatives, but we already have appointments with the committees that are working on the bills, and we have our lobbyists that we're working with really hand in hand with this process. So we have prioritized changes to the definitions of the stops and the applicability. And then we also have some very good suggestions from members of the community. And one of the ones that I really like is suggesting applicability tied to not having a certified housing element. So there's a lot of these to wade through. And I think if council can just trust that we're going to provide as many, not just limited to what stations it impacts, but whether it would apply at all based upon us having a compliant housing element and so many land use plans in the process.
I make a motion, whatever the city attorney said.
So
One more detail.
Yeah.
Related to the letters, I'm not sure how the vote's going to go, but do you want all 4 of you to sign, or do you want just the mayor? What's your preference?
Whatever has the impact, whether we should all sign it, well,
It's coming from the city, though, right?
yeah.
if
Or
it-
the mayor. I'm fine the mayor signing it, but that has an impact.
If it's a majority vote, that's the city. The city's
Yeah,
speaking as
that's
one.
fine. I'm happy with that. Absolutely.
Right. Okay, so we're splitting it up with the number 1 and separately, and then the rest of them
And then
together.
2, 3, and 4 together. Is that
Okay.
all right?
Yeah, sure. That works out. So
I
let's
appreciate
do,
it. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, a roll call for just the first cleanup language portion. So.
I believe I have a motion, but I didn't hear a second.
So it would be
Do you wanna-
on our side over here. So who would like to make a motion just for the number 1?
Suzette moved it. I need a seconder.
Second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second.
Councilmember Anthony?
No.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mullins?
Yes.
And Mayor Takahashi?
Yes. All right, now we need a motion for the rest of it.
And then I'll move 2, 3, and 4.
Okay,
Second.
second, okay.
Yes.
And that includes everything the city attorney.
Yeah, all of his stuff. That's
Yeah.
Yes.
Madam City Clerk.
regular updates and all.
Council.
Yeah.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mullins?
Yes.
And Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great job, everybody.
Thank you for splitting that. I appreciate
Yeah,
it. Thank you.
of course. Okay. Thank you to staff for all the work that you put into this effort and continue to do so, I know, in addition to all other planning and housing and specific plans and everything else. Okay, moving on to the second report to council tonight is the approval of the City of Burbank 2026 legislative platform. I welcome Ms. Kylene Pecor, Community Assistance Coordinator from City Manager's Office, to please present the report.
I don't have a council.
We have three of us. We're good. We're good.
All right.
Good to start? All right.
Yes, should we wait for her to come back? We're good? Okay. Let's go ahead and get started.
All right, sounds good. Good evening, Mayor Takahashi and members of the City Council. Kylene Pecor, Community Assistance Coordinator. I'm here tonight to request Council's approval of the City of Burbank's 2026 legislative platform. The legislative platform is a document that provides a general outline of the city's position on priority issues and matters that impact the city's ability to operate effectively. Two primary tenets of the platform are advocating for local control and securing additional funding for the city from state and federal sources. Many of the policy statements are broad in nature and designed to assist City Council, staff, and the city's federal and state lobbyists in proactively and appropriately addressing regulations and/or legislation to promote city interests. The city remains actively involved in the legislative process and has contracts in place with the state advocacy firm, California Public Policy Group, and a federal advocacy firm, the Ferguson Group. As you mentioned, Chris Kearney from the Ferguson Group is joining us this evening. Staff meets bi-weekly with both firms, and they provide a wide array of services to assist the city on legislative matters. The 2026 legislative platform is largely consistent with the 2025 platform. While the priorities and overall framework remain the same, several updates were made. Under Healthy Communities, the policy statement related to access to adaptive recreation was updated in both the federal and state sections to emphasize inclusivity as a core element. This reinforces the city's support for policies that expand equitable recreational opportunities for residents of all ages and abilities. Several updates were made within the housing section. A new policy statement was added to both the federal and state sections addressing special needs housing, emphasizing the city's support for fair housing assistance for seniors, minors, low-income tenants, and persons with disabilities as identified in the city's housing element. Additionally, a new policy statement was added to the state section supporting affordable home ownership. The existing inclusion policy statement was also revised to incorporate language on input, highlighting the importance of providing local governments with meaningful participation in the development and reform of housing regulations that impact housing production and housing element requirements. New policy statements were added to both the federal and state sections supporting library funding, programs, and digital access, reaffirming the city's commitment to maintaining and expanding public access to information, technology, and educational resources. A new Parks and Library Infrastructure Policy Statement was also added to advocate for sustained investment in libraries, parks, and public facilities to ensure safe, well-maintained, and modern community spaces. In addition, the existing Arts Policy Statement was expanded to include culture and humanities, reflecting the city's support for policies that strengthen arts, cultural, and humanities programs as key contributors to community engagement, education, and economic vitality. In the public safety section, the existing policy statement regarding fire vegetation management has been updated to include specific language regarding defensible space requirements, underscoring the city's advocacy for proactive strategies to reduce fire risk and improve community resilience. And last but not least, two new policy statements were added to both the federal and state utilities energy sections. The first addresses electric reliability, supporting policies that improve access to critical equipment and address supply chain challenges that can delay infrastructure repair and deployment. The second focuses on pole attachments, opposing policies that limit or preempt local authority over utility pole and streetlight attachments, and supporting legislation that preserves municipal discretion and oversight. An essential purpose of the legislative platform is that it provides the framework for staff to prepare position letters, either in support of or in opposition to legislation, for the mayor's signature. This process has proven effective over time and allows the city to respond quickly and consistently to emerging legislative issues. Upon council's approval, the 2026 legislative platform will be made available on the city's website, and copies will be shared with the city's federal and state representatives as well as the city council. This concludes my report. Both Chris and I are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments, Madam City Clerk?
We do not.
We do not. Okay. So, being that there's no public comment, we will now move on to council comments. Actually, hold on. Questions, I guess questions first, and then after questions, if it's okay, we could go section by section. Would that work for everybody? Okay. So first questions. Any questions for staff? No? All right. So I'm looking at the proposed 2026, not the red line version. Yeah, that one. So I think it's the same order as the red line, but just to be clear, that's the one. That's okay. Yeah, you're there.
It's the same order, but the page numbers will be different. So if you're looking at the red line, it'll totally throw you off.
Right. Okay. So there you go. Great. Okay. So let's start with airport. Any comments on airport? It's the first one.
Page 5.
Yeah, page 5 of the attachment. Yeah, okay. All right. We're good? All right. Moving on to budget and municipal finance. Okay. Going on to economic development. Okay, going once, going twice. All right, next up is federal funding. No? Okay. Next up is healthy communities. I've actually got one for this. Okay, so I think this is the right place. I'm not sure, maybe it's the right place. We can decide whether it's the right place. All right, I would like to introduce a new legislative platform item, which is federal immigration policy and local impacts. And I have prepared a written version so that you don't have to write it down when I'm sharing what the proposed language is. Okay. All right, so I'm not sure if this is the right category or not, but to me, for the way I conceptualize it, it seems like the right place, but if you think there's a better place to put that this is fine.
This is under healthy communities?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So to add another item, so number 7, federal immigration policy and local impacts, to support legislation and or federal regulations that promote fair and consistent policy related to federal immigration enforcement, preserve local control of city services, and promote public safety, social stability, and universal due process. Anthony and then Perez? Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to see if you'd be open to just a couple of changes here. I like where you're going with this, and I actually think healthy communities is exactly where it should be. Since this is a legislative advocacy, the regulations typically come from executive action. So for us to just do support legislation and take out the phrase and or federal regulations. And then
To remove federal regulations.
yeah, just remove federal, because this is our federal legislative, right, section, so we can remove that. And then I like what you're doing here with federal immigration enforcement, but I would also like to include just immigration policy, because without the policy, the enforcement falls apart. So instead of promote fair and consistent policy related to federal immigration enforcement. If we could change it to promote fair and consistent federal immigration policy and enforcement. And then one last thing at the very end, universal due process under the Constitution. I'd like to add that.
I'm sorry, what was the last one?
Where it says universal due process,
Mhm.
I would like to add the phrase under the Constitution right at the end of there.
Okay, so if I can restate it. So it would be support legislation that promotes fair and consistent federal immigration policy and enforcement, preserve local control of city services, and promote public safety, social stability, and universal due process under the Constitution.
Perfect.
Okay, that's what you're proposing? All right. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I will say, I actually like the second part, how you had it better. That sounds a little convoluted.
Okay.
Not the end, but the middle part there. We were like consistent federal immigration policy enforcement. Like I think the way she's written it is pretty
Okay, so the
clear.
way you had it before was promote fair and consistent policy related to federal immigration enforcement.
Yeah.
I would even just say consistent policy and federal immigration enforcement, because you're talking about the policy and the
And.
enforcement,
Okay.
which we have seen can be two different things.
Okay. Consistent policy and federal immigration.
And I think that actually covers what you're looking for too,
I
Councilman.
think you're right. I think you're right.
Not to get teacher with red pen on you.
All right, thoughts? Oh, so go ahead.
And then the other thing, I would like to add humane, where it says
Humane.
support legislation or federal regulations that promote humane and consistent policy related.
Instead of fair.
Yeah, I would say humane.
Okay. Okay. All right, any thoughts on this side? Councilmember Rosati? Good? Good, okay, so let me just read it again. So support legislation that promotes humane and consistent policy,
Yeah, that's right. Humane and consistent
consistent
policy.
and federal immigration enforcement. Preserve local control of city services and promote public safety, social stability, and universal due process under the Constitution. Okay, we got it?
Great.
Does staff have it? Yep, okay, great, okay. Thank you. Anything else under healthy communities? Okay. Moving on to homelessness.
I actually, real quick, I wanted to ask, and I've been thinking about this a little bit. When it says we have affordable health care, I'd like to add a separate, and I don't know if it needs to be separate, but there's been a lot of discussion lately about the efficacy of vaccines. And I'm wondering if council would be open to the idea of adding another bullet point, simply saying, promote. I don't know how it would be. I'm very tired right now.
What section are you under?
Under
I did-
healthy communities.
Oh,
Under
okay,
healthy
because I
communities.
missed the last part of what you said.
Yeah. Basically, support access to vaccines. I don't know. We don't have that anywhere in here, do we?
I mean, we do generally the overall getting healthcare. I'd be, what is our role as local government? Are we
Yeah.
promoting vaccines or not? I think
Yeah.
that's why we did a higher level. Hey,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
want
yeah.
access to affordable healthcare. Whether that's you believe in vaccines, not, you could get it either way. You could get care. That's why I think it's written in kind of a broader policy statement.
Okay. Yeah, there is a lot of subcat. Okay, well, I'll put a pin in that for now. Maybe I'll think about it and we'll come back at the end.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. All right, so healthy communities, we're done. Moving on to homelessness. And hearing nothing, moving on to,
Actually, I would, if we can, just in that beginning there where it says on the page 8, the top of page 8 for homelessness. Funding and collaboration to remove and clean homeless encampments. Can we just say funding and collaboration to clean homeless encampments? I know that sometimes involves removing them, but I think putting that out there very bluntly is not super in line with what we say we do and what the state of California also suggests, just from the homeless provider take. The top of page 8.
Yeah,
So
number
funding
4.
and collaboration, it leads with to remove and clean homeless encampments. I would just say to clean.
May I ask a question about that? To the city manager, was there the governor recently, last year, approved something in regards to the encampment and that we're required to remove or clean, I'm using the same words. Is there a possibility you can look at that language and see exactly what it said? Because remember that those changes came up last year. Like no more encampment,
I can speak to that.
Okay, so we are on the federal portion.
Oh,
so
okay, so that
would,
has nothing to do with the, yeah.
So it's not, I guess in a few more pages, we'll be back onto this, but, this is really for federal stuff, so.
And it's a little different. That's why I'm addressing it on the federal one.
So if you want to change it here, leave it on that one. I don't, it's up to you.
And look, remove is in the text. I just think that saying remove off the bat is a little abrasive. There are multiple solutions you can take, and I think saying that we're going to offer services first should, and I hope is, our main practice. And I know that after you offer step A, B, and C, sometimes you get to removal. But this does make it a little bit sound like that's our first, instinct. And I hope nobody thinks that it is.
Yeah, fine. I'm good with that. Okay. If that's okay, well. Sorry. I was scrolling down to see what the state was for the housing, and I got myself too far down. Okay, so we are moving on to housing. This is federal level advocacy for housing.
I do have something, and I believe this would apply to both federal and state, given that what we just went through right now with SB 79 and other stuff that we deal with. I'd like to add that the city will take an action approach to protect its local housing policies and legislative authority while supporting fair and responsible housing solutions for residents. So we're doing, sure.
Yeah.
The city will take an action approach to protect its local housing policies and legislative authority while supporting fair and responsible housing solutions for residents. So basically,
Did you say proactive?
an active approach, or you want?
How about proactive?
Proactive is good. Okay. That sounds good. And this hopefully addresses a lot of these issues that we deal with, all the new.
Yeah, and I think we could put that at the top, at number 1, probably before all the other ones. I mean, that's
Yeah,
like a
that's fine.
general approach to housing issues. What do you think?
It's up to you guys. It's in there. If you want to symbolically put it first, we're good. We get it. For us, obviously we would consider putting it definitely for both federal, probably more for state, but
Yeah.
we're fine putting it for both.
Okay.
We want to make a big firm statement, Mr. Signature.
Firm or very firm?
Firmer.
Okay. All right.
For when the federal government comes to tell us that we have to do what they say and build more housing.
Right. Okay.
I've got my thing.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Okay. So, just going back one to the healthy communities.
Oh.
All right. You're done already. Back two. Sorry, back
Okay.
two.
Several, actually.
All right.
That's
I
okay.
figured it out. All right. Number 7, under healthy communities, add a bullet point. Access to vaccines. Support federal funding for vaccine research to create opportunities for low or no-cost vaccinations to the general public. That way you don't have to take it if you don't want to, but
What does that mean? Like,
That-
what's happening now, and we need to change it later?
Well, two things. One, for decades, most of the vaccines that are low or no cost, polio, measles, mumps, shingles, all of that stuff, federally funded. And because of that federal funding, it's offered at very low cost and sometimes totally free, covered by your insurance. So most people can get access to those life-saving vaccines. Currently, there has been a huge push at the federal government to remove all of that vaccine funding. And so now, A, we're not finding new vaccines, and B, the ones that are effective are now being taken off the market. So simply saying that we support access to vaccines and we want federal funding to go into the research of it, I think it's a very low bar.
Can jump in?
Yes.
I would say I agree with that. And one thing you said, just to kind of fix there, it's not that they're removing them or getting rid of them, but if the federal government stops recommending certain vaccines or starts saying that they are no longer necessary, if you will, sometimes that takes away their affordability in the community. And I have, as a new parent going through that right now, there have been discussions with our pediatrician about, hey, this may not cost the same with your insurance in the future. So that is, I agree with your access to the vaccines portion.
So,
we read
I
it
don't
again,
mind.
or?
I don't mind. I just want to understand what I'm approving.
Yeah.
So let's assume, and not to get philosophical, let's assume you're saying the vaccines are not available to the public through the federal government?
Affordable. So I just was
Affordable.
correcting him because he
Okay.
said, they're not
available.
gone. But if they take off certain vaccines, for example, measles is no
Okay.
longer required as a childhood vaccine.
Okay.
There now maybe your health insurance hypothetically decides, oh, well, now this isn't required, so the vaccine that used to be covered by insurance now will not be.
Mhm.
And it's going to cost you $400 to get this vaccine
Mhm.
for your child versus the $25 copay that you would pay.
Right.
So affordable access to vaccines.
So how do we make that happen through our legislative platform? What do we do? Like
The
send a
simplest thing I
letter?
was pushing for is for the funding. So federal funding we spend a lot of money on vaccine
Mhm.
research. And so if we continue to do that, it does two things. One, it says, hey, these are the vaccines that we as the federal government approve of, and that'll trickle down to necessary and needed and covered by
So
insurance.
for a local agency like ourselves, what we do is we ask the city manager through our federal advocate to go advocate on behalf of City of Burbank for vaccine. Is this? I just want to see
So if
how
there's like
it's
a bill
gonna-
in front of Laura Friedman's
Yeah.
office and she says, oh, there's a vaccine research funding, we can say, vote for that.
Yeah, I mean, most of the way this would come up would be at the National Institutes of Health. For example, there are 22 or 20 some odd institutes that are doing research dollars on every kind of health concern you can imagine, everything from cancers to rare and special kinds of diseases and so forth. And then there are broad programmatic policies. So, for example, to your point, Centers for Disease Control, which sits under the Health and Human Services Department, they were the ones who most recently sort of retracted those positions on various vaccines. And so they've created this potential vacuum for that federal support, which could flow. The results of that could be less federal funding related to vaccines in those areas, insurance companies that no longer see the need to fund it, and that sort of thing. So the way we might operationalize this is if the opportunity presents itself next year when there's a new budget being proposed by the administration or before Congress to fully fund HHS on any number of manners related to this broadly, we might send a letter. If there was a piece of legislation that endorsed something, this would give us some flexibility to signal support for federal actions that continue to endorse this.
Okay, now it makes sense. I just
And the insurance
wanted
company,
to
I had to
understand
work
what-
it out in my
I know,
head, too,
I'm
so.
like, I need to get into your brain to figure out what you want to do.
And mind you,
Don't get trapped in there.
And mind you, not to correct you, the only reason I even know all of this right now is because I've just gone through the vaccine train with baby.
And the thing I would also point out is we are in a very politically fluid time. We could have, and I think this goes for part of the platform. We'll review the platform every year, particularly at the start of each Congress. We take a deeper dive into whether or not the platform sort of somewhat reflects the environment in Washington, at least in terms of how we prioritize these things. So we may shift this language as we go forward into, say, the next Congress. But given the fluid nature of the way the city is right now, the more you're sort of broad and the more you hit these key topics, you might find another Congress and administration in a couple of years that now has a completely different view of vaccines, and so the language still applies. You're just now looking at a department that's like, oh, there used to be this non-support. We as a department want to support this. We're already positioned to come in and enthusiastically support sort of what might have to shift at the political level or continue to play defense if the agency has a slightly different position.
All right. Do you want me to read it one more time, what I've got? Oh, that's true.
It's recorded.
Fair enough.
Okay.
And just the title, I would say, would be Affordable Access to Vaccines per year.
I'm just kidding. I just asked him if he means immunizations. I'm just being a snob, but I don't care either way. I'm okay either way.
Okay, we did housing. All right. So we are at libraries, parks, and open space. Okay. And I'm sorry?
It's like that's just like big money for library, please.
Yes. I think we already have that on there.
No win.
Next up is mandates. Public employment. Public safety.
I have one for public safety.
Okay.
And mind you, I'm not sure if this falls under public safety or the next one, social justice and equity, but I will throw it out there now. I would like to support the reallocation of resources from immigration and custom enforcement to humane, non-carceral, and non-lethal civil immigration enforcement.
Okay, so that's different than what I proposed.
Yeah.
In that it's a resource allocation support versus, okay, so it's under public safety and not the healthy communities because it's a.
I believe yours was asking for, support of, it was a little bit different.
Yeah.
I know, I should have printed it out the way you did. Support the reallocation of resources from immigration and custom enforcement to humane and non-carceral and non-lethal civil immigration agency enforcement.
So it's similar, I mean, maybe we can combine the two.
I don't mind combining the two.
Yeah, to put it together under, either one, public safety or. Yes.
No, I was just going to say that probably doesn't, I mean, I think that's a good, fine thing to put in there. It probably just serves as a policy statement that we're supportive of, where if the opportunity, if we would support I think I would say we would support federal legislation that does those things.
Right.
Just sort of put that in there because it's mostly a policy statement. We're not really in a position to really direct any of those things. We can urge our legislators to support that sort of thing, right?
Yeah, and to the point of this document, it allows us to write letters and do all of that in support of that.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
kind of where I was coming from. It just felt like standalone, it didn't fall under healthy communities. I was actually surprised when you put it there. I thought you'd put that under social justice, but then as we talked about it more, it made sense.
Yeah, I think it may fall under multiple categories.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Yeah. I mean, I think public, wherever you want to put it is.
I think yours might be under social justice more.
Mine?
Because yours was talking about how you legislate, and this is about, well, where should the money actually go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
In your point, are you talking about our own funding? Because we don't fund that. So we can't dictate to the federal, right?
No, this just amounts to a policy statement and a signal to our elected officials and our citizenry that wherever the opportunity presents itself, we want to see that happen. But no, beyond that, we'll be,
Like many of the things in our platform, the same way we can't
But
change where the vaccine money goes, this is
But I
just
can give you a
saying.
concrete example. This sort of thing could find its way into an amendment on the floor during debate on a federal appropriations bill for the Department of Homeland Security. So this would say to Congresswoman Freeman, for example, or the senators or someone, if you offer up an amendment that suggests that you redirect that funding, you know that you'll have the city of Burbank support. But that's how it would manifest itself. If someone chose to do that, they would know that that's something that we're supportive of.
And so, do we have the exact language? What is that going to say? You had recommended something. I don't know.
No, not on this. I was just responding. The only part I was going to amend, which is just sort of nomenclature, is all of these we try to draft. I think you should make sure we support. We would support funding efforts. In this particular case, you just want to make it clear that when it comes to funding the appropriate agency or something like that, but it's not critical. That's got the key point. You've got the key point.
Okay.
Yeah.
You okay
I mean,
with
you're
that?
basically saying if Congress is going to go on record to fund the agency, the way they should be funding it is this way, which is kind of a policy statement direction, but that's Congress does that all the time through offers on, money is policy, funding is policy.
Yeah.
Yeah, wherever you're comfortable putting in a separate line item or together, either way.
Do you have advice on public safety or social justice? I frankly was at a loss of which one.
I would defer to the city manager. I think it can go almost anywhere that you think is appropriate.
I think it's a funding one. So can you read it one more time?
Okay. I will add, I guess you said the funding piece too. So support funding legislation that promotes the reallocation of resources from ICE to humane and non-carceral, non-lethal civil immigration agencies.
Support funding legislation, I think, is broad enough and vague enough that way, who knows what vehicle that how that might be. That might be an appropriations bill. That might be a tax policy change. Heck, who knows what that might be.
I would put it under social justice just because I'd rather not have it anything to deal with PD or.
That was my
Yeah,
only
okay,
concern because most of those are about our PD, and this is nothing to do with our PD. This is
Right.
about the way the feds are spending money on federal enforcement.
Okay. Okay, so the one I propose is more about the general policy towards immigration and enforcement on that, and yours is specifically about funding. Okay, fair. And so you social justice is where you think would go?
Yes.
Okay.
We can put under social justice.
How are you guys feeling about that? You good? Okay. Sounds like we got a plan. Yep, okay. All right, so back to public safety. Anything? No? And then anything else on social justice and equity? No? Okay, sustainability? Technology? I've got one.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. Oh, after me, okay. So this one, like the vice mayor's previous one, I believe this would probably go under both federal and state, the AI. So this is the second paragraph on my little sheet. And the first section is the same as what's already there. What I'm recommending is to add the last sentence, which is primary principles include data sovereignty and protection, public democratization of technology, prohibition of putting a lot of big words here, algorithmic, weaponization and integrity of information. And I have a more spelled out definition of what those are if you're interested, but I ran it by just to see what would be better to put it all out or whether to just put these four, and it was recommended just to.
And where did this come, where did you copy this from?
These are my own important items for me, these four things. Oh, where did I copy the
Yeah.
first part? It's from what's already on the technology section here.
Oh, yeah, we already have an AI section. She's
Yeah.
adding to the end.
Yeah, just adding a section that's more really kind of honing in on the important issues that want to make sure that they're getting.
It's number 5 on page 13.
Yeah, on page 13, yeah. Yeah.
I thought you were asking if AI wrote it for her.
Yeah, that was wondering if I could have.
The last few words that we get.
Yeah. I mean, did have to look up the terms and stuff.
You're
but-
like, ChatGPT defines data sovereignty as.
Yeah.
For data sovereignty, that one, I mean, that's like basically our ownership of data, which is, that was honestly something I was going to bring up too, so.
Yeah, yeah. And it's implied in the first paragraph, I think, but right now I felt like these 4 items were really important to highlight specifically to both state and federal level. Okay. And my guess, based on the conversations at Cal Cities, there's quite a number of AI-related legislation that's coming through the state. I don't know about the federal level, but state, they're definitely.
I was just going to say AI and the fact that AI is finding its way into a lot of the federal legislative discussion is just, amidst the million other things that hasn't bubbled up. So I think as we get later into this year, into probably the next Congress, we're going to have more discussion about this. Right now, it's very focused on sort of cyber and that sort of thing. But I think some of these second-tier issues, we haven't heard the last of it at the federal level by a long shot.
Okay. And then in particularly in what's the integrity of information, I wanted to specifically highlight information that is prevent deceptive and generative content that's meant to attack people or to undermine and to manipulate things. And so to make that's kind of what I mean by integrity of information. That's truthful information that AI is being.
One of the things that I think is worthy of coming back to talk to on building on this in the future is the whole issue that's very much topical to the industry that dominates this town, and that is and is now spilling into Washington. That is deep fake copies of celebrities' voices, of appearances. That's starting to creep into politicians, and nothing's going to focus a politician about doing something about deep fakes when they find out it's their voice being imitated. We've already seen it with the Secretary of State this year, and so the notion of federal law/regulation, trying to get their arms around that, will be something that'll be coming back around. So I'm, just you guys know that because of where you are, but that is becoming a real issue. And what do you do? And what do you do about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
And it's getting better and better and harder to detect.
It's scary. It's really scary.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if we could add this both for federal and the state later on. Okay, great. Thank you.
And then on that one, Again, I'm sorry. I don't know if this falls under technology or will fall under like environmental policy, but I did want to add something like support legislation that limits or restricts the building of data centers in or near residential areas.
I mean, I would say that's kind of a land use one that would probably fall within the state.
Oh, land use. Okay.
Yeah.
Within state too, or?
It's a planning. It's either the state or the municipality.
We wouldn't want the federal government dictating our land use decisions.
They're trying with the data centers.
Okay,
I can leave it for the state one if you want. Just supporting legislation that limits or restricts the building of data centers in or near residential areas.
Okay.
Either that, or basically they have to follow the lead of local actions.
Yeah.
There
Could
may
fall
be
under
state
local
language
control,
that's something
too.
like that consistent with that the location of data centers shall be abided by local zoning and regulation decisions.
Yeah.
So to your point about the state and Sacramento, it probably wouldn't hurt to have something in the state platform that basically says, if we as a local government have decided that AI is, a data center is not suitable for us, we're essentially here on notice saying the state can't override that. Obviously, they always can, but that might be a way to do it, is to just make it clear at the state level that local regulation prevails in terms of, because there may be other local communities in California, and when this becomes a federal level, that are the opposite, that view data centers as an economic driver. I can tell you there are places in the country that it's being met with sharp resistance in places like Oklahoma and elsewhere, but it's also a lifesaver for other places, different communities. So I don't know where that plays out in the state level, but it's a mixed bag. So it just might be worth just making the point that, hey, if the local government wants it or doesn't, and we in Burbank don't, you have to listen to what we have to say.
Yeah. Do you feel comfortable with that adjustment to the language?
Yeah, that's fine. And just for background, the reason I bring it up is I've honestly have not heard of any communities that eventually end up wanting it. It's such a destruction to the local resources. So basically, there are communities where they're putting these data centers, they're sucking up all the water and power. Rates are going skyrocketing for folks. For residential folks in the area, and they're basically eating up the resources. So they're just basically drying up towns.
Can you read your thing one more time?
Oh, well, it was somewhat edited, but I guess I just put support legislation that limits or restricts the building of data centers in and or near residential areas. But then we kind of
Consistent with
Okay.
Yeah.
direction.
Okay.
Because that way, a state legislator won't necessarily see that as preemptive.
Can we potentially take out the residential area part, just so we don't limit ourselves? Like, just in general, the building of data centers, like anywhere, even in our industrial area, even, you know.
I mean, it's going to happen because that's the only way AI can function.
But the point is that we can decide, it's like allowing the city to decide ourselves whether we want one in the jurisdiction.
Which actually broadens your power. If you
Right.
take out residential.
Okay. I'm okay taking that out.
Okay.
Because you might not want it, because you might not want it in a retail area, you might
Yeah.
not want it in an industrial area.
Yeah.
So how does that read now?
Support legislation that limits or restricts the building of data centers consistent with local government action or direction.
Okay.
I'm happy to give you my scratch paper after.
Or allows a local jurisdiction to limit, did that language work for,
Yeah, either way, leave it to these guys.
You have that power now.
right, continue to have that power. We want to continue to have that power.
We do. It's just like I can see, I don't know the state of California, but I know other states and the federal government have an interest in building data centers in multiple communities. So I think this is just us being proactive in saying that we don't want that here. We don't want them taking up our resources.
Yeah, okay, works for me. Works for you guys? Yeah, okay. All right, so that goes under technology or under land?
Whatever y'all think, because clearly I'm
Or
not the
land
best
use,
at
I think
placing
land
these in the
Yeah.
right place.
Yeah, I would state technology infrastructure. We don't have a land use one, surprisingly. It's not, since you took out the residential, I wouldn't say housing, so infrastructure is kind of the,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, we could do it under utilities too, but, yeah.
Can we leave one in the federal platform if my colleagues are amenable, just in case?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
The feds have not told us how to use our land yet.
Yeah, fair. Okay. Next up is transportation infrastructure. Okay, utilities. And then veterans. Okay. And then, so do we want to go through the whole state like that, or do you want to just say, is there anything else in the state that's different? Yeah, so is there anything in the state level that we did not cover in the federal level that you wanted to hop on?
Whatever languages that we added in the federal instead to add it to the state, that will be automatically added.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Correct.
we'll add it when there's
Yeah,
both.
okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything else at the state level that was not brought up during the federal level that you wanted to add? No? Okay. So that, staff got all our notes and yay, great. Good job, everybody.
Mayor, if I
Yes.
may, good evening, Catherine Labrado, Assistant to the City Manager. I did want to revisit Vice Mayor Mullins, your item that was brought up kind of under housing. So we talked about it a little bit. I want to take you to page 23. This is in the state section, number 8. Okay. Okay. We have an item in there that I think is related to what you were mentioning, and I want to see if you like that one or you want to add to it. So this is on page 23. I'm looking at number 8. So item number 8 is inclusion, and then we added a red line, so we added input. And this one speaks to having a seat at the table with the state legislature and the federal government on housing issues that impact the city, advocating for opportunities to provide input on new and reformative housing laws that pertain to review and requirements of the housing element and housing production streamlining laws.
So the language that I have really protects local housing policies. And I don't know, this says local housing policies.
Vice Mayor or Mayor, I think I see the difference in the two as far as one is seeking a seat at the table at any time during this process, even like now, what we're trying to do with SB 79, even though it's kind of happening, whereas the one that you proposed was playing more of a proactive role
Right.
in identifying issues ahead of time and still balancing that with trying to promote housing development.
Yes.
So I think I would be comfortable doing both.
We're adding maybe a new number
Okay,
below
so
it.
that'll be a new bullet point,
Yeah.
separate from this.
Yeah,
one.
because
Okay.
we want to be more proactive of finding there is something out there, a new bill or, something that we hear about. We want to be more proactive in addressing that
Okay.
early on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good try, though.
Councilmember Anthony.
I want to throw something out there and see council's thoughts on this. A few months back, we were talking about rental regulations and how Costa-Hawkins sort of creates a patchwork of what can apply and what can't apply. Would you be open to just asking for Costa-Hawkins reform to equalize the housing? Like, is that something
I feel like you need a separate agenda item on that.
on that one?
Yeah, I think it's a big enough one that.
Okay, that's fair.
To work through it.
All right,
yeah.
that's fair. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's move on.
Yeah, we done? Anything else? Yeah. Done? Okay.
We got it?
Got everybody? Okay, so do we have to do a vote to approve this or staff direction is enough?
Yeah, we have your directions. We will update the platform accordingly, and we will provide you updates. We will also, so you'll get new platforms. We'll also, as soon as we're able to do that, we will be hitting the streets and providing that to our state and federal legislature so they know what our positions are.
Great. Thank you so much for all you do at the federal level. You are working hard, clearly, and you have a lot of direction from us on many things.
And I'm very grateful for that. It's very helpful.
Oh, good.
For
I'm
real,
glad
it
to
is.
hear.
No, it's one of the most comprehensive platforms that we work with in the firm, and that's in fact it warranted, I thought, sort of an executive summary, that kind of key points at the top, so that folks would be able to feel that they could hit the highlights without going through more detail if they needed to. So it's greatly appreciated. It's good work. It's really good work you guys are doing. So thank you.
Great, I'm glad that it helps you. Great.
Absolutely.
Okay, moving on to council comments. Now we hear.
I have to ask,
Yes.
wrong question. Did you guys have to draw straws on who stayed late and who went home? Like, what happened? Where's your colleague?
I'm a man of decency. No, I'm kidding. She actually would have stayed. She just had a super early flight to LA, so I said I would.
Oh, okay.
She was like, she has to get back for stuff, so I said I was happy to take care of her.
All right, well, thank
We
her from
understand
us.
when someone's leaving from LAX.
Yes, right. You need to go now for tomorrow morning.
That's yeah. We figured you would understand that, but she's fully engaged on all this, so thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, so now we will hear council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments, attendance at conferences, regional meetings, and community events. Who would like to go first? All right, Councilmember Perez.
All right. On January 14th, I attended the Board of Library Trustee meeting. On Monday, January 19th, along with a few of my colleagues, I attended the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day breakfast with the Burbank Human Relations Council. It was a lovely, lovely event. And then on Thursday, January 22nd, attended the Economic Alliance Board meeting via Zoom. On Friday, January 23rd, and on Tuesday, January 27th, I met with some of our local residents to talk about various questions about commission appointments and local job opportunities for residents. That's my week.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Rosati.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On Wednesday, January 14th, I attended the Creative Industry Task Force workshop. That was well attended. And on Saturday, the 17th, I attended and met with vendors from the downtown cultural market. Just kind of wanted to see what they were experiencing and just what the overall traffic was like down there. On Monday, the 19th, I, with everyone else, attended the Martin Luther King pancake breakfast provided by the Human Relations Council. That was very uplifting. And on Tuesday, January 20th, I went on a tour at the DeBell Golf Course. On On Wednesday, the 21st, I attended the celebration of the police recent academy graduates and onboarding of the new lateral officer. And on that night, I went to the police commission meeting. And then on Monday, the 26th, I met with a member of public to discuss federal agents and the violence in our community, in our country. Thank you.
Who would like to go next? Councilmember Anthony.
I can go, thank you. On Wednesday, the 14th, I met with some in-home supportive services folks who are interested in expediting the sign-up process. So the county actually has the IHSS building right up the street up here on Glen Oaks. But you have to get fingerprinted, but you can't do it on site because the vendor there is no longer there. So you have to find somewhere else to get fingerprinted and then come back. And so they're like, hey, can you help us get a fingerprint back? I'm like, okay, we'll see. I don't know if I can do anything about it, but it was an interesting concept. I went to the landscape equipment electrification thing on the 17th. That was very fun. I got to handle some of the electronic leaf blowers. Very powerful, very quiet, surprisingly quiet. And I tried to get the electric lawnmower to run me over, and it wouldn't. So that's good. It was an automatic. No, there's no operator. It's automatic. It's like a Roomba, but for your lawn. And yeah, so we tried to like get it to run things over, and it was smart enough not to. So anyway, and then the MLK breakfast was really great. A lot of people showed up. I went to the Southern California Water Coalition quarterly meeting. It was at the Santa Anita racetrack, and it was an interesting conversation about everything that's happening with water, what's happening up north, what's happening down here, the nuances, the fights. It was a lot. It was a lot to take in, and got to hang out with Marsha Ramos at the table and just get filled in on a lot of the behind-the-scenes things that are happening.
Forget it, Constantine. It's Chinatown.
And then on Sunday, I attended the Armenian Revolutionary Federation's 135th anniversary. That was over at the Alex Theater in Glendale. Wonderful performance, a bunch of different shows that they had celebrating 135th anniversary.
Vice Mayor? Yeah.
Okay. I was out of town from January 15th to the 21st, so I missed Martin Luther King breakfast. And on the 26th, which was yesterday, I met with members of staff at Warner Brother, Michael Warburg and Pooja, and had a really good conversation about the lot and the new studios and the fact that they're not going to Nevada. I don't know if anybody knew that because the deal is off, so they're not going anywhere. So it was good conversation. And also after that, met with a couple of community members regarding SB 79, BRT, and all the stuff that we talked about today. And that was it.
All right, in addition to all the meetings with community members and phone calls and whatnot, on January 15th, I went to the Burbank Chamber of Commerce monthly board meeting and gave updates on the city with the city manager was there. And also we had Public Works Director was there too. I forget his name. Damien. And then on the 19th, along with the others, I went to the Martin Luther King Jr. breakfast, had some really good pancakes. It had some, I guess, really special pancakes, so you could buy the pancake mix there. Did you end up buying the pancake mix on your way out, Councilmember Rosati?
You know, as a kid, my dad used to take me to that restaurant all the time. So when I saw the package, I was like, oh my God. yeah.
Did eating it bring you back? to
Yes,
your-
it did.
They're really good. And then from the 20th to the 23rd, I was up in Sacramento at Cal Cities, talking a lot about SB 79 and immigration and effects on cities and many, many other things. And then while I was there, one of the days I spent with our Community Services Policy Committee meeting, I'm the chair of that committee, we're going to be focusing on seniors, childcare, Parks and Rec, and through the whole thing, homelessness and behavioral health, kind of be interwoven through all those topics. So we have a lot of work to do this year, talking about those things on our committee. And then on Sunday, I had the pleasure of presenting a certificate for a new Eagle Scout in Burbank. I love doing Eagle Scout presentations. They stand up there hearing so much love and praise on them of all the things that they've done, and it's just really great. So I always enjoy those. So good job, Kai. And then yesterday, I went to the San Fernando Valley COG meeting in Glendale. By the way, if you haven't been to their new central library, it's pretty cool. So looking at ideas for our library is really good. And we talked about mainly the Metro just approved, I believe, I forget what it's called, but basically the plan for the Sepulveda corridor to do a metro through from Culver City up to Van Nuys, or not Van Nuys, but west of Van Nuys. So that was really promising and a lot of support there. It's going to be a long road to get it. It's going to be a lot of work and money and effort, but it's going to be well worth it.
It's heavy rail they're doing, right? Is that the final approval?
Believe so, and underground too. So, yeah. And then later in the day yesterday, I met with the Sister Cities program at the library, both about the upcoming programs for our kids are going to Korea this year for exchange, and also just kind of reconnecting with the other cities who we haven't talked with much recently, and especially one in Botswana and the other one in, I'm trying to remember where it is now. But anyway, to get reconnected. And I'm particularly interested in getting connected with the Japanese, the OTA Japan folks. And then earlier today, I had a number of community meetings with community members, but I also met with Joe Boari from the Gary Marshall Theater and talked about bringing more attention on the Gary Marshall Theater events there and the children's program, and encouraging him to various ways to let us know what's going on. All right, that's it for me. And then now is a time for introduction of additional agenda items. Do any member of council have items to introduce?
Got one.
You've got one, okay.
Okay. So I would like to agendize, in conversation with neighboring city elected officials, including San Fernando, I would like to agendize sponsoring a vigil in San Fernando for those killed by ICE with our city seal and presence. It's still in the works, but I want to make sure I get it on our calendar, as well as our neighboring cities who are bringing this up to their folks.
So as an agenda item, you want to bring this back for consideration, or what are you asking for?
Well, our process is that at the next meeting,
Okay.
The council member will have an opportunity to explain
Okay, perfect.
what she wants. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay, and guess what? We're on our last item, which is adjournment. We now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, February 10th, 2026, for a regular meeting at the council chamber here at 275 East Olive Avenue, second floor. And what time was it at? 10:40. We're 5 minutes behind with the schedule. The city clerk scheduled us for 10:35. It's 10:40. Good job. Thank you, everyone, and good night, and see you next time.